is Daniel Robinson. I attend AC Flora, and I'm planning to major in geology at the College of Charleston.
Good job.
Where is Daniel Robinson?
Saturday night, that question on the hearts and minds of Daniel Robinson's family and friends gathered at the state capitol asking for more to be done since the now 25-year-old geologist vanished in the Buckeye Desert.
My son is just not my son. He's also America's son, because this happened to a lot of families.
Since then, his father David organizing search parties hoping to find his son. Volunteers showing up week after week, standing strong with the Robinson family.
Daniel could be any one of us, and so we definitely need to bring awareness to the situation. If we don't speak up for him, and help find him, who will?
Daniel and my son went to the same high school. Felt it was my duty as his neighbor to be here to support him and really try to figure out where Daniel is and bring him home safe.
David's search parties found Daniel's Jeep Renegade rolled over in a ravine, airbags deployed, his clothing found inside out, boots and socks, wallet and laptop, no blood, no signs of injury, no signs of Daniel.
God knows how much we can bear, and at times I feel like I can't really take but so much more.
But in his weakest times, David says it's the volunteers that provide him strength.
Everybody know that I call them my extended family. And so this visual is the same thing. We all here have one common goal, and that's to find Daniel and also to bring light what happened to other families.
As the Robinsons' extended family light candles tonight, their collective light shines towards that day when their question is answered and Daniel comes home. Josh Sanders, 12 News.
Yeah, I'm David Robinson, the father of geologist Daniel Cornelius Robinson. We're out here to do a candlelight visual on behalf of my son, and also to bring light into other families who are going through similar situations. So thank you. I'm thanking everybody who's out here to support. We need to stand in solidarity to bring attention to this case and to make a statement.
Oh, I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you.
Daniel Robinson went missing 4 months ago. This is the last photo his family has of him. He's a 24-year-old geologist, last seen leaving his job site in Buckeye, Arizona.
As the Gabby Petito homicide case garners national attention, another young person has been missing for nearly 3 months, and his family is desperate to find him. 24-year-old Daniel Robinson, a geologist, was last seen on the morning of June 23rd, leaving his work site in the desert of Buckeye, Arizona.
David Robinson had only one thought on his mind as he drove the nearly 1,800 miles from his South Carolina home to Phoenix.
I had to find my son.
At the break of dawn, in the middle of the Arizona desert, a crowd of strangers meet for one purpose.
You guys coming out here to help me out, I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart.
To help another stranger, a father desperately searching for his 24-year-old son, Daniel Robinson.
Since he was a child, he liked to challenge everything.
He was born with a challenge.
And I wanted to introduce him to prosthetics because he's born one hand. We quickly learned that that's something that Daniel didn't want. He let nothing stop him. He decided to be a geologist once he got into freshman year in college. He excelled that. He graduated with honors.
Daniel's first job is checking the viability of water wells in the Arizona desert.
He loved this area, of course, because of the rock formation. You're a geologist, this is the best place to be.
But the terrain became a hellscape for his dad when Daniel went missing back in June from his job site.
And what number search is this?
This is search number 14.
Navigating the dangers in the desert, the Army veteran knows firsthand time is of the essence.
When I called the Buckeye Police Department, they told me that I had to wait extra 3 hours because they had a 12-hour, report time when you can say a person is missing. Then I called them back and put in a missing person report. I got very worried. That's when I got very worried. I asked the Buckeye Police Department to go out and search that area. The officer told me that they were going to send a vehicle out there, a helicopter out to search for him. I was relieved. And then he called back an hour later and said, no, it was a no-go. I'm his dad, and he's my son. I've lost all sense of reality. At that moment, I said, you know what? They're not going to look for my son. I'm going to have to do it myself.
Before he arrived, police did decide to search on foot and with helicopters.
This is the last place your son was seen?
The last place.
What do you think happened, David?
I think a lot happened here. I'm very suspicious.
But he doesn't know what. A month in, there's a break in the case, and police call Robinson.
I got afraid, actually, that it's going to be some bad news. He said, no, we just found his vehicle.
Some ranchers found it, and then at that point, we conducted our investigation and additional searches.
What was the condition of the car? If it had rolled over, it sounds like it was pretty bad.
Yeah, the car was on its side. The sunroof was kicked out at that point, so he might have exited through the sunroof.
His wrecked car in a ravine, both airbags deployed, Daniel's cell phone, clothes he was wearing that day, and a case of water all found at the crash site. But not Daniel.
People don't just disappear into thin air.
True.
Does that sort of feel like what's happened here?
Yes. Yeah, it's very, very challenging case.
No matter how much the family asks for this to be a criminal investigation, can you make that happen?
We can't make up evidence. Absolutely suspicious circumstances related to the case.
Frustrated and heartbroken, Robinson hired a private investigator.
Where are we going?
Down here is where the vehicle was recovered from.
Is that the glass from the car?
Yes.
When you looked at this accident, what are the discrepancies that you noticed right away?
I believe it was in more than one collision.
What does the data from the black box of the car tell you?
That there was 11 additional miles on the vehicle since the airbags came out.
What does that tell you?
That tells me it was crashed somewhere else.
Does that sound suspicious? What explains that?
Well, we had the national expert that came in and provided us his findings, and then they ended up speaking to an expert at Jeep, and the expert says, yes, sometimes that happens, and it's not unusual.
But the data also shows someone tried to start the car 46 times after the crash.
That's something we can't explain.
It begs the question, again, the family is saying it's criminal. It's got to be a reason danger. Do something.
Right. No, I agree. But we need information. We need evidence.
He's got a lot of theories. His words, I think, were, I don't think they cared. What do you say to that?
Couldn't be furthest from the truth.
Losing hope, Robinson began pleading for media coverage.
It literally took 3 months.
While Robinson searched for his son, the country became riveted by media coverage of another missing persons case, the case of Gabby Petito.
In my situation, people think I love our children less or something, or they're less important.
In 2020, more than 543,000 missing persons records were filed. More than 480,000 were cleared. And 40% of the missing are people of color.
There are a lot of Gabby Petitos and Natalee Holloways in the Black and brown community.
That's why former police officer Derica Wilson co-founded Black and Missing Inc. and says too often their cases go untold. Eventually, local stations did stories and citizens began helping search. Did you know Daniel?
No, I just wanted to help.
You're just helping out a stranger on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Why?
You know what? I can't imagine what that man's going through.
As the search for Daniel goes into its 5th month, another family is in the midst of a terrible mystery for a 5th year. The family of Nikki and Ariana Fitz.
Ariana is very energetic, very happy.
2-year-old Ariana went missing under the most suspicious of circumstances in the San Francisco Bay Area in 2016. Her mother, Nikki Fitz, was found in a shallow grave in San Francisco's McLaren Park, but Ariana was gone.
It breaks my heart that Ariana's not with her mom and Ariana's not with her family, but it also breaks my heart even more is that I know that Nikki wants nothing more than Ariana to be with us, to be home.
Tessa Fitz says she is convinced her niece Ariana was taken by people close to Ariana's mother. San Francisco police searched for weeks. They had some leads, but no arrests. A digitally altered photo was made of what she may look like now.
And she's 8 now. I don't want to see this in a picture. I want to see her face in person.
Should Ariana Fitz be a household name like JonBenet Ramsey?
Absolutely. Why is her case any different from Kaylee Anthony? I can tell you, the color of their skin is the only difference.
For 5 desperate years, the family has continued searching using flyers, social media, and Black and Missing Inc.
Do you think it has anything to do with color?
I try not to put myself in the mindset of the race issue with her media coverage. All I want is for there to be the media coverage for her. I think she deserves that.
The Fitz and the Robinsons want only one thing, with hugging their missing children once again.
Do you think that Ariana is still alive?
I do believe that Ariana is still alive, and it would mean everything to me to know where she is and to find her. I wait for that day every single day. I believe that day will come.
How long will you search?
Till I find my son. I have to. I mean, he's my responsibility.
Sarah Seidner, CNN, Buckeye, Arizona.
When the lights and camera turn off, I will be here. When the interest and conversation fade, I will be here. When there's no one around, a father will do anything it takes to be there for his son, to protect his family. Without these special people behind me, I wouldn't have a search.
dawn in the desert. A clear and chilly November morning. We are near the city of Buckeye, Arizona, where a caravan of cars is arriving, carrying volunteers. For the next several hours, they will comb this unforgiving landscape.
We got some families that we're about to meet that are holding out hope in regards to being able to find their loved ones. Daniel Robinson went missing 4 months ago. This is the last photo his family has of him. He's a 24-year-old geologist, last seen leaving his job site in Buckeye, Arizona. His overturned Jeep and belongings were found in a nearby ravine. His parents, David and Melissa, need our help. We wanted to give you an opportunity to tell us about your son, Daniel.
I had a moment when you showed me his picture.
Yeah.
Just looking at him, it's so difficult. You want to talk to him, you want to hug him. Daniel is my hero. Just reading his text, telling me how he feels about me. Leaving the very last message on June the 21st, telling me how he loves me.
Hey, Mama. I just wanted to see how you're doing. I just want to let you know I love you. And, yeah, we could talk later. All right, bye.
Oh, wow. And that was the last time that you heard from him?
Yes.
David, when was it that you guys decided that something was not right?
On June 23rd, I received a phone call from my daughter. She alerted me that one of the co-workers came by and was searching for Daniel. We weren't getting any answers to his phone. They said he was last seen at his job site roughly 9 o'clock that morning. And I just knew immediately that things wasn't right because Daniel, he would never, ever not answer his phone, first of all. And the second thing is not tell us where he was going.
Right. I think that's really important because the idea of patterns, I'm really big on that, even with my children. What David is basically saying is that a pattern was broken. And so he saw immediately that this is out of character.
Right.
Something is wrong.
And that's so important for police officers when they start to investigate these cases. One of the first questions they'll ask is was this normal? Was this something he would do? Because the thought is, maybe they're just not calling you. There is this tendency to say, why don't you just give it a little bit?
Right.
You might hear from him. He might come around. But it's got to be, this is not like my son. And you are the one who knows your child.
Right.
To have them understand, no, this, what's out of the ordinary.
David, is it my understanding that you've relocated to Arizona to lead the search for your son?
Upon putting in a missing person report with the Buckeye Police Department, they said they was going to go out, search the next following morning because it was too dark when I called in. And once that morning came and they counseled and alerted me that being that my son is grown, he's an adult, he's allowed to leave. When I heard that, that was unacceptable to me, so I grabbed everything I could. And I just started driving. I made it out here, and I've been here since June the 26th.
Got it.
Searching for my son. We're going to find Daniel.
Was it difficult to get the police to just take seriously that Daniel was missing?
Yes, even from the first day. You know, we know our son, and you know, it's very out of character. Things didn't add up. It was very difficult just to even get movement. They did a first search for my son, which was 3 days later. I haven't gotten any support from the police department. I mean, nothing. We have been fortunate to get our own cadaver dogs and search dogs, even the aircraft, drones. We've been on it. The searches, full of volunteers. The difficulty has been getting media attention. And I stayed up many nights, emailing, texting, calling, visiting, whatever it took just to get something going. It lasted for 3 months, 3 hard months.
David, you actually hired your own investigator, right? You're saying the word we, but this does not include the police. You've had to do this independently, right?
That's correct. That is correct. I say we because everybody who come out to the searches, we're family. That's my extended family.
That's right.
Yeah.
We put long hours out there in 118-degree weather. They're dedicated people. The things that I feel, and my son's mother, is the things that the people that serve and protect should be doing. We found ourselves doing it.
When you talk about the searches that you've been putting together, how were you able to do that?
I didn't know anyone when I hit the ground here. I didn't know how to get involved. I never organized anything in my life.
Right.
So I just reached out to any and everybody I could. What I was trying to do is find people who actually knew about the desert conditions.
Got it.
When you found the car, all his belongings were inside the car, correct?
Well, it's a rancher found our son's vehicle, and that was on July the 19th. When I received the call, it was 9 o'clock that morning, the next day after they found my son's vehicle. The first thing the detective said to me was, "Hey, Mr. Robinson, we found your son's vehicle." That just took my breath away, thinking that maybe I hear something else horrible. I'm going to tell his mother. I said, "Okay, when was it found?" And he told me it was found the day before. And I asked him, "Okay, why you guys didn't call me?" "We didn't want to disturb your sleep." That made me uptight. My son's clothing, everything he had on his body was about 3 feet away from the vehicle in a pile. His safety vest that he wore the day he went missing was another foot away. His cell phone was in the vehicle, work computer. His wallet was in the pants pocket in the pile. I know that's difficult for his mother to hear all this. Excuse me, give him a moment. One of the things that struck me the most, my son is only 24 years old.
Yeah.
They're attached to their phones. I know they are.
Right.
And I couldn't see him leaving that behind.
Exactly.
Yeah. What did the police tell you as to explain? Did they offer any theory of the case whatsoever to try to find him?
Yes, they gave me a not too great of a theory. When I got out there, the detective gave me a briefing. He pointed out my son's clothing on the ground. He pointed out the vehicle's damage. He said that the vehicle flipped and rolled and landed on the side. He told me that there was no blood found in the vehicle, indicating our son wasn't injured. He said that he was wearing a seatbelt because of the way the seatbelt locked, so he knew the seatbelt was on. All the airbags were deployed. He told me that my son obviously escaped out of the sunroof and that he must have had a severe head injury. He was delusional, decided to take his clothes off because head injury make him hot or something or the other. And he just walked off and probably rested under a tree somewhere. And that was his theory.
I think we're all dumbfounded for a moment, trying to think about all the things that do not add up about this. But I keep looking at Mom.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about what every mother sees talking about their child. I know he's 24 years old, but you don't see a 24-year-old. You see the little baby, and you're hearing these things. What are you thinking?
When his father first told me that the vehicle was found, and then they started talking about cadaver dogs, I just screamed. And I just couldn't believe this can't be real. I was feeling like I'm in a nightmare.
Yeah.
I was on the floor. I cried. His father kept saying, "Alyssa, it's going to be all right. I'm going to find our son. I'm going to find him. I promise you, I'm going to find him. But I said, I just want him back. I didn't even know what to pray or how to pray.
Yeah.
And then I had to just change that prayer and say, I want him back safe. The thoughts are running rampant in my mind. I'm thinking the very worst thing, that someone is hurting my son. I'm seeing him crying out for me. I'm just seeing these things that he's just really needing to say, help me. I started dreaming about him, saying, Mama, I'm here. Mama, I'm over here. Hurry up. And I'm saying, Daniel, please listen to me. I'm talking to you. And it's saying, Mom, I'm here.
Yeah.
Mom, I'm here. I need to find him. And it was heartbreaking to just go to his apartment.
Yeah.
Very, very heartbreaking. I had to pick up the little hairs off the floor and put them in a Ziploc bag, because at least I knew that was a part of him.
Right.
That's all I had.
But one thing I want to really say too, Daniel is definitely not a person that's depressed and down. He's high spirited, have dreams, and he's a contributor to society. Daniel's a scientist, very smart, very sharp, and we just want him back home. We just want him back here with us.
We want to just give our prayers to you, our love, and, you know, we are wishing you the best in this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Daniel Robinson went missing 4 months ago. This is the last photo his family has of him. He's a 24-year-old geologist, last seen leaving his job site in Buckeye, Arizona.
As the Gabby Petito homicide case garners national attention, another young person has been missing for nearly 3 months, and his family is desperate to find him. 24-year-old Daniel Robinson, a geologist, was last seen on the morning of June 23rd, leaving his work site in the desert of Buckeye, Arizona.
David Robinson had only one thought on his mind as he drove the nearly 1,800 miles from his South Carolina home to Phoenix.
I had to find my son.
We are near the city of Buckeye, Arizona, where a caravan of cars dawn in the desert, a clear and chilly November morning. We are near the city of Buckeye, Arizona, where a caravan of cars is arriving, carrying volunteers. For the next several hours, they will comb this unforgiving landscape, looking for a young man who's been missing since June of 2021. His name, Daniel Robinson. And leading the search, not law enforcement, but Daniel's father, David.
Where is everybody located?
For 9 painful months, Robinson and his team of volunteers, people he now calls family,
This is my family.
have been desperately trying to find any trace of his son.
He's a very bright, intelligent geologist. Anything that Daniel want to do, he would do it. He's born without a right hand, but he found ways to master anything that he want to do. You know, he's a geologist. Of course, Arizona is the ideal place.
In June 2021, Daniel had just begun a job doing field work at a desert well site. He'd always kept in close touch with his family back home in South Carolina. But around this time, Daniel suddenly stopped calling.
Tried to call his phone constantly. He wasn't answering.
In fact, the whole family tried calling Daniel. Nothing. His sister in Arizona checked his apartment. No one there.
I was worried. I didn't want to panic because I didn't want my children to panic, so that's when I decided to call the Buckeye Police Department.
The Buckeye PD is a small one with barely more than 100 officers. Nevertheless, they began investigating by first checking the area where Daniel was reportedly working. Nothing turned up. 2 days later, David Robinson, desperate for answers, felt he had to take matters into his own hands.
I just grabbed everything I had, threw it in my vehicle, and just started driving. And I made it here. I came straight through. Left South Carolina, came straight to Arizona.
Some 45 hours later, David arrived in this daunting desert, exhausted, but in a panic. His son was out here somewhere, all alone, facing 3-digit heat, rattlesnakes, and not a soul or building in sight. So on his own, David started searching and soon made his way to the well site where his son was last seen.
This is where it all began. This is where the whole narrative started. My son drove off into the desert and vanished, maybe from here.
David then met with a witness, a co-worker of his son's, who said he saw Daniel at the well the day he disappeared.
He did tell me that my son seemed like he was looking out into space somewhere, looking out into the desert terrain, kind of staring off, and was acting really quiet. And then he told me my son just kind of waved off to him, got in his vehicle, and drove off.
Where he went and what exactly happened next, no one seems to know. Soon after that meeting, David began recruiting volunteers to help him search the sprawling Sonoran Desert. Every Saturday for the next few weeks, they scoured this barren, treacherous landscape. They have not found Daniel. Then in July 2021, a break, a big one. A local rancher found Daniel's Jeep rolled over in a remote ravine.
When I first saw that crash site, I was really devastated. This place I had to go to and see for myself.
The airbags had deployed. The sunroof looked as if it had been kicked open, perhaps used as an escape route. And this was odd. Outside the Jeep were what appeared to be Daniel's clothes and work boots, his wallet still in his blue jeans. Inside the vehicle was his college ID, laptop, keys, cell phone, and plenty of bottled water. To help make sense of this mystery, David hired private investigator Jeff McGrath, an expert at reconstructing accidents. He has a theory of what might have happened.
There was nothing along this route that the vehicle took into that bottom ravine that matched the damage. It's telling me the vehicle was probably crashed somewhere else. Either moved here or it was continued to be driven, and this was its final stop. And whether somebody stole it in joyriding, whether Daniel was in it, but it tells me something happened somewhere else.
The Jeep has since been moved to a secured location for further analysis, but plenty of evidence still remains of the crash.
I don't believe it was enough to kill, no. The airbags had enough force to do some damage. They strike you in the face, and they come out with a lot of force, and it could cause a concussion, but there wasn't enough violence here in this crash to cause a lethal.
That suggests Daniel survived and was perhaps disoriented and maybe wandered aimlessly into the desert. Could this be other than accidental? Could foul play be involved in Daniel's disappearance? It's something McGrath and David have not ruled out. It's something police have examined too. To this point, there is no evidence of that. None at all. Whatever happened back in June of 2021 has David Robinson now bracing for the worst.
It's hard to say you're searching for your son walking around the desert with no clothing, no shoes. So I had to mentally put it in my
help and resources from the Buckeye PD, which says this is still an ongoing investigation, although so far not a criminal one.
Okay, so we're still working this side.
He's also tried to enlist federal help. In the fall of 2021, the Buckeye PD briefed the FBI and asked for their assistance. The Bureau recently told us they're still assessing the case. So far, they have not gotten involved. So for now, David Robinson and his team of volunteers continue to search.
I really have faith that somehow God can bless that he's alive somewhere, and I hope so. I am not stopping. He's my son. He's my responsibility. He's a fighter. He never give up on anything. I definitely won't give up on him.
We launched a series here on News Nation focusing on missing person cases that were not getting national attention. We are continuing that series every Thursday here on News Nation Live. And this morning, we are revisiting a case that still remains a mystery nearly 16 months later. It is the story of a young geologist named Daniel Robinson, who vanished in the Arizona desert. And in a moment, Daniel's dad, David, will be joining me live. But first, a look at Daniel's disappearance. Tonight, we start our series, Missing in America, taking you to where the people were last seen, meeting these families and bringing you their stories. And we begin tonight with Daniel Robinson.
This is the area in Buckeye where his vehicle was found. This is remote. The terrain is extremely treacherous.
Daniel Robinson was 24 when he disappeared, a geologist working his dream job in the Arizona desert. A coworker says Robinson left his job site on the morning of June 23, 2021. His Jeep, found a month later, crashed in a desert ravine. Robinson's keys, cell phone, and wallet were still inside, his clothing in a pile just outside the vehicle. But no sign of Daniel.
I do my job and find my son. He's my son, I'm his father, and it's my job.
For nearly 16 months, David Robinson hasn't given up on that job, searching the desert and bringing in his own private investigator. They took News Nation's Nancy Liu to the crash site. The investigator says too much doesn't add up, including red paint transfer on the side of the Jeep.
The vehicle was tipped over on the passenger side, so there's no red paint in this area. So how that got there, that's why I'm saying that vehicle did not crash here. That vehicle was, its last place of rest was here, but something was going on with that vehicle.
He notes other inconsistencies in the crash report.
The vehicle had 11 additional miles on it from the time the airbags deployed. It had 46 additional ignition cycles on it after the airbags deployed.
But Buckeye police say there's no evidence of foul play and have resisted a deeper investigation. The private investigator is also no longer on the case, but Robinson has finally convinced an outside law enforcement agency to go through Daniel's computer and cell phones for any clues.
They saw some of the things that I was seeing, and they wanted to look into it themselves.
While he waits for any information, he holds vigils.
As you guys know, I've been here over a year searching for Daniel.
And has organized dozens of searches.
Still don't have the answers that we're looking for. But we thank you for coming out here. It really means a lot to us.
Covering more than 23,000 acres, using four-wheelers and on foot. On at least 2 separate occasions, volunteers found human remains, which turned out not to be Daniel's.
Even though we didn't find Daniel, but it gave you some relief a little. That, we was able to bring some other families some type of closure.
He raises money on GoFundMe and takes every opportunity to speak about his son's disappearance.
I'm just here to bring awareness to my son's case.
Even appearing at CrimeCon in Las Vegas. Robinson has created a robust social media presence, a sophisticated website documenting coverage of the case, and weekly live online updates. All to keep his and other cases in the spotlight.
God bless that I have a small platform, especially on YouTube presence, as well as TikTok and Twitter. In that doing so, I'm able to also help other families I had other families on my Q&A to be able to tell their stories as well.
This Army veteran with a new mission in life, one he says he'll never give up.
No matter what, we will not leave a soldier behind. My son, he's my son, and I'm definitely not leaving him behind. Thank you.
Local police investigating continue to say they have no evidence of foul play in Daniel's disappearance. Joining me now is Daniel's dad, David Robinson. David, you and I have spoken a number of times over the last year since Daniel's disappearance. By watching this story again, finding him must be all-consuming. You changed your life, moved across the country to search.
Yes, thank you for having me on. Yes, it's been very trying for me and my family, Daniel's siblings, his mother. It's been very trying being out here trying to get the answers that we're looking for. You can imagine after a year now still searching for Daniel and not having all the answers that we're looking for is very troubling in our mental state. It's really, really hard. Struggling and working with the law enforcement on the outside of Buckeye. Trying to get more law enforcement more involved to a point where there's an urgency there. I'm still looking for that urgency after a year. A lot of urgency that will definitely give me more answers, but I'm still on the job. I'm still on the job, putting on my investigative hat, as well as being a father, but also being able to help others as I'm taking this journey.
David, I said a moment ago, Buckeye Police, they have a timeline on their website. They say they're still actively investigating, but there's no evidence of foul play. After all of your investigative work and being so close to this case, do you believe that?
Well, according to my investigator, I did hire a private investigator, and all the information that we gave them from tangible evidence of the red transfer paint, for instance, 11 additional miles, pressure on the windshield, the fact that we don't even know it's Daniel's clothing that's on the ground, haven't been forensically tested. Those type things will, in my opinion, based on my family knowledge of my son. I've been there from the time he was born. We have a great indication about the way Daniel thinks. So you put all that things in combination that will suggest foul play. Against what the Buckeye Police Department feel, I feel there's more to the story.
And you questioned, David, the timeline as well. What stands out to you that may be inaccurate about the timeline?
Well, one of the biggest things is the person that's last seen a person should be, that story should be vetted very well. And we later found out in my investigation, his story just didn't match the timeline. He said my son left, for instance, the well site at 9:15, but yet my son made a phone call, his final phone call to him at 9:28. Those calls and the desire my son sent a text message to ask for the location came unanswered. So again, like I said, my son called at 9:28. I'm assuming to ask for direction. So the timeline is not right. When the timeline is not right, you really have to scrutinize that story a little more.
David, this is a tough question to ask, and I'm sorry for asking it, but do you feel as though Daniel is still alive?
I have to. That's the only one that's one of the things that keep me going. Is also crucial for my family, his mother. We're people of faith. We believe in God. We believe in miracles. Though sometimes I look at everything that I have evidence-wise that would suggest other things, I still keep that hope and that faith because we don't have those answers of where Daniel is located. So I always have to keep that faith that somehow I'm going to bring my son home alive. And I really want to believe that. And I'm going to continue to believe that.
I appreciate that. And David, as we look at pictures of Daniel on the screen, there's one video that I just love where he's standing outside and snow is falling on his face. He's got this great big smile. I want you to share with people at home your son, his personality, who he is, and what you miss most about him.
Yeah, Daniel's very free-spirited. You probably can tell by the pictures. He's loved by a lot of his friends. He's a very friendly person. He loves nature. That's the reason why he's a geologist. That's why he came out to Arizona. He wants to be able to be in tune with nature. Also, he's a very family-oriented person. He definitely keeps the family together. Like I said, he shows a lot of love to his family. We love him back. One thing I miss the most for me, on my perspective, is having a conversation with my son. My son always come to me. He come to his mother. He calls all the time. We keep in contact with each other. But for me, just having that 2-hour conversation that we normally have, where he's asking questions, he's wanting to know things, he get advice, his entrepreneur spirit, what he want to do in life. He always plan things and always look on the positive light. I miss those things about my son.
And do you think about what you would say to him now if he could hear you?
Yes, of course. I've been here over a year searching for you. I'm not giving up. He's my son. I love him dearly. I'm here to fight. That's what fathers do. He know I have his back, and I'm here for him. No matter what, I'm definitely here and want to make sure I bring him back. And I'm not going to let anyone stop me. I want him to know that.
Amen. David, you have become such a powerful voice for so many other families that you have come in contact with who are also trying to find their loved ones. What has that support and getting to know these families meant for you and giving you hope in your case as well?
Yes. One thing, it's always something light at the end of the tunnel. It's definitely been a long experience. But in that experience, when you're a person that just have a missing loved one in your family, you're unaware of what other people are going through as well. I found out this is not unique to my family. There's other struggling families that don't even have a voice, so be able to talk to people all the time and hear their stories, it caused me to be passionate. I couldn't be human without answering those calls. I just want to make sure that I'm helping other families as much as I can through my journey, doing everything I can. That's the reason why I have the Daniel Robinson Foundation, as well as other events and things I do to try to make sure I can get other people's story out there. I'm very passionate about that. Want to help everybody I can. It's my duty and my journey as well to be able to do that.
Well, you're a great dad and you've got a big heart, and I know you've got a big support system behind you as well. And the most important thing is keeping Daniel's story in the headlines. We're glad to partner with you as you do that, David Robinson. Thank you for giving us some time.
I appreciate you. Thanks so much.
My best to you. And if you have any information on the location of Daniel, if you have any information in this case, the Buckeye Police Department are still actively investigating. You can also go online to pleasehelpfinddaniel.com.
There's so much hate going on in the world, so much pain, so much suffering. This is for those who need a risk. You are not hidden. There's nothing that can hide. No one you feel it. You're not defenseless. I will be your shelter. I'll be your armor. I hear your whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find
Brianna Whitney spoke with Daniel's dad about that today. Brianna?
Yeah, you know, one of the things Daniel Robinson's dad has done so well is making sure his son's case is in front of the media and the public and finding different ways to do that even when there aren't any updates. He says he doesn't want Daniel's case to go cold. So having the opportunity to speak on stage with Gabby Petito's family about the disparities in their cases was powerful and important.
Daniel Robinson, Gabby Petito, both of them gone, leaving their parents fighting for justice together.
Hey, look, nobody want to be a part of that club, but we are like family now, and we're sharing the same pains and burdens.
David Robinson has been fighting tirelessly to find his son, geologist Daniel Robinson, who disappeared from a work site in the Buckeye Desert in June of 2021. Detectives found his Jeep crashed nearly a month later, about 4 miles from where he was last seen, with his clothes and his belongings at the accident site, but he has never been seen again.
You grab the steering wheel and swerve or anything like that?
Just a couple months later, Gabby Petito went missing on a cross-country vlogging road trip with her boyfriend Brian Laundrie, and her case gained international attention from media and law enforcement almost immediately. David Robinson built a friendship with Gabby's father, Joe Petito, and the two took the stage together at CrimeCon this past weekend.
We had a platform where we were talking about white woman syndrome, as well as being able to talk about our individual cases and how the disparities is.
That idea is that missing white women receive more attention and resources than families of missing loved ones of other races, a topic Robinson says Gabby's father was extremely receptive to.
He told me he's doing everything he can going forward to help families of all races, get the attention that they need in every case. Every case should have that equal amount of attention.
Robinson says while most of his son's disappearance revolves around Buckeye and the vast desert out there, he's now focusing on where his son lived in Tempe and who may have been there before he vanished.
I'm looking into my son's apartment. These things are very crucial. These things that we don't hear in the report, we don't hear in the public.
Robinson says having the opportunity to speak on stage and have a booth at CrimeCon was a great way to find new resources and support, doing everything he can across the country to keep Daniel's name at the forefront.
I always think about him every time. He don't have a voice, I'm his voice for him.
Robinson has waited for the weather to cool down here, but he is working on organizing another search this fall for his son in Buckeye, just working on gathering resources and nonprofits to help and to support the volunteer searchers that also come out to aid him there. So.
Gosh, this case is just so mysterious. The evidence they found just way out in the desert, and his dad, every time we speak with him, you sense the frustration because it's like, where does he go from here? Doesn't the evidence trail grow cold?
Yeah, I mean, it does. And that's the thing. It's so confusing to all of us because he went missing at the hottest time of the year in 2021. He didn't have his clothes or his belongings. They were at the crash site. So where could he have gone? How far could he have made it? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. And that's so frustrating. But I commend his dad, who has the strength to keep going. And he does such a good job finding new ways to get people's attention, saying, hey, my son's still missing, but let's talk about something different with the case and bring it up, and that way you just don't forget Daniel Robinson's name.
Yeah, he's just being a soldier. And you think about all the families that are going through this and how grueling that must be day in and day out.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I talk to these families all the time and it's awful, but it is cool to see the Petito family and the Robinson family coming together like this from really across the country with their cases. It's powerful.
I've never heard of this CrimeCon.
I'm trying to go.
Yeah.
I would like to go.
What else do they have there? I mean, they have panels with real life crime victims and their stories.
It's incredible. So they have victims, families there who share their stories. They have media representatives. They have well-known podcasters and podcasts there. It's basically the true crime community coming together. And that DNA company I've done a bunch of stories with, all through them, they're incredible. They hosted a whole presentation there this weekend. So it's all facets of true crime coming together for advocacy, and it's awesome.
And maybe that's what needs to happen. All of these families come together to help these cases move forward. You never know when you can cross-reference and get information on different cases. It's very interesting. Thank you, Brianna.
Yeah.
You are my shelter from the storm. You keep me safe inside your wings. You are my comfort when life gets hard. You lead me to water to drink. And now I trust your gentle hand, even when I can't understand. I know your voice, I'm not afraid, walking with me at the same pace.
How does a young man vanish off the face of the earth? How does that happen? No record, no sightings, nothing. He's just gone. And when I say a young man, I'm talking about 25-year-old Daniel Robinson. He is the apple of his parents' eye. A young geologist, music lover, good looking, great grades, the works. So why can't we find Daniel? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Fox Nation and Sirius XM 111. First of all, take a listen to our friends at KPNX.
This video of 24-year-old Daniel Robinson is quickly spreading on TikTok.
The nicest guys you'll ever meet.
His family and friends desperately hoping for his return. His older brother is asking for your help all the way from South Carolina.
So it's just been really, really hard. Just trying to keep going throughout the day.
Daniel was last seen last Wednesday, June 23rd, leaving his job site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road in Buckeye in this gray Jeep Renegade.
There's not really a whole lot that we know around it.
Daniel was working his first job out of college here, coming from South Carolina to make a living.
Wow. So his first job out since becoming a geologist, coming from South Carolina to try to make it as a geologist. So what happened to him? With us, his father, to tell us the very latest. David Robinson joining us.
On 23rd, leaving his job site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road in Buckeye in this gray Jeep Renegade.
There's not really a whole lot that we know around it.
Daniel was working his first job out of college here, coming from South Carolina to make a living.
Wow. So his first job out since becoming a geologist, coming from South Carolina to try to make it as a geologist. So what happened to him? With us, his father, to tell us the very latest. David Robinson joining us, and you can find him at pleasehelpfinddaniel.com. Let me just tell you, there is a GoFundMe, and his dad, David Robinson, is using the GoFundMe money to fund his own investigation in the desperate search for his boy, his son, Daniel Robinson, 25 years old. What happened to him? How did he just disappear? David Robinson, sir, thank you so much for being with us. Tell me when you first realized Your son just hadn't called in a couple of days, that he was truly missing.
Yes, my son, on the 23rd, I did get a call from my daughter. She also lived out in Phoenix at the time, and she did call because one of the coworkers from his job came by her apartment looking for Daniel, one of Daniel's friends from the job. That was really troubling to her. Of course, my daughter, first thing she wanted to do is call me. Once I heard that news, I told her to go check his apartment, to make sure he wasn't there. In the meantime, I was making phone calls. We were getting any phone calls, any answers from his phone. That wasn't so bad to me at the time. Just try to talk with friends, do all my due diligence. But I noticed that from the time when I got information that they said my son was last seen at 9 o'clock that morning here in Arizona, and I look at the time difference from South Carolina, I think that was over 6 hours. That's when I got worried about it, because Daniel would never, ever go that long without telling his siblings or the family, everybody, if he had any travel plans or things like that. So, that was my first indication that something's wrong.
Well, let me understand something. With me is Daniel's father. This is David Robinson, and you can find him at pleasehelpfinddaniel.com. So he left from South Carolina to go to Arizona that day. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, after I did talk to the Buckeye Police Department, who was in charge at that time, and they said they weren't going to do a search that night because the day of my son missing because it was night. The next morning, they told me they'd have a flight out there, helicopter out there to search that desert for my son. Once that time came, I did end up getting a second call from the officer saying that his higher up said that they will not be able to go out there because he's a grown man. If he wanted to disappear, he can. But that's when the indication for me to know that the police department wasn't going to do anything at that point. So grab everything, kind of lost my sense of thought, grab everything I can, hop in my vehicle, and start heading west.
I'm just thinking about Mr. Robinson trying to get to his son, that drive to reach him, to try to help him. Take a listen to our friends at KPNX 12.
David Robinson had only one thought on his mind as he drove the nearly 1,800 miles from his South Carolina home to Phoenix.
I had to find my son.
His 24-year-old son, Daniel, missing since June 23rd.
Trying to make calls as I'm driving. I just had hopes that by the time I got here, something would turn up and I would see my son. I get to put my arms around him and talk to him and try to find out what's going on.
Buckeye police say Daniel was last seen driving a blue 2017 Jeep Renegade away from his work site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road.
The area of his last seen is a desert, so you got to be prepared for that. You have to get water. You have to get certain things to just go out there to look.
David Robinson, this is Daniel's father. It reminds me, I just gotten the twins back home to our apartment in New York and had given them their baths, got them in their PJs when I got a call that they were going to put my dad on life support. And the race to get them dressed, packed, out on the street at midnight, trying to hail a cab to somehow get home, those hours of the interim trying to get to him was like pure hell. What was going through your mind as you were driving all the way out to Arizona?
Well, it was a very hard trip. Of course, I definitely stayed on constantly with the Buckeye Police Department, trying to get all the information I can get, as well as Daniel's work, his job, Matrix New World. I just wanted to make sure I get all the information I can. I feel like that trip was taking longer than I wanted. I couldn't get there fast enough. Just wanted to know exactly what happened to my son, if there's anybody who was going to go out there before I get there to go search for him, things like that. So it was an anxious moment for me.
And take a listen to Jess Winters at KPNX.
The 24-year-old geologist was last seen leaving his work site in Buckeye on June 23rd. Since then, David feels as though he's had to wear two hats, dad and detective, leading weekly search parties and pressing police for a more thorough investigation, like fingerprinting Daniel's Jeep.
I asked how can they be sure that my son was driving the vehicle without doing forensics work. The reply was that it was my son's vehicle. It is obvious he was driving.
He also points to what he calls concerning conversations, like a detective suggesting his son wanted to vanish.
But maybe he wanted to be away from his family, to join the monastery. and become But maybe he wanted to be away from his family to join a monastery and become a monk.
David Robinson, this is Daniel's father. Cops actually told you maybe your son Daniel wanted to become a monk?
Yes. Yeah, that's really, really, really bad. Yeah, it was at the time when the officer was showing me my son's vehicle. It was at a compound at this facility. And before I saw the vehicle, mind you, this is the first time I've seen my son's vehicle ever. We did have plans for myself, my daughters, we're here in Phoenix to see that vehicle for the first time. But I ended up seeing it the way I have to see it. But before he showed it to me, he did mention that to me. Hey, he told me about a story that a family thought one of the family members missing. Turned out the lady wanted to be a nun. And he also described that as well to me. Maybe that's the possibility. My son wanted to be a monk and join the monastery.
I thought your son was interested in a woman that he just recently made a grocery delivery to. That does not fit with being a monk.
That's right. Exactly.
Okay, somebody help me out. What the hey? Karen Stewart, you got a father that drives all the way from South Carolina to Arizona to find his son and the cops say, yeah, he probably wanted to vanish. Maybe he wanted to become a monk. And they're not kidding. They're serious.
It's really upsetting. And I'm so sorry for you, Mr. Robinson. My heart goes out because I can't understand how they could possibly say that. It just doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't they be, Nancy, you know too, why wouldn't they search the vehicle and do forensic work and begin to worry that he's been gone for so long and that it's not just the Jeep, his clothes are there. Who would put their clothes there and decide that they want to join a monastery? It's so far-fetched that it's really sad.
Crime Stories with Nancy Grace.
Mr. Robinson, you remind me so much of my dad. He would get in his car and come immediately to wherever I was, if I was in any kind of distress, without me even having to ask for him to do it. He and my mom always right there. And it hurts me so much. Cheryl McCollum, a forensics expert, founder of the Cold Case Research Institute. I'm not going to ask you about the forensics yet, but to hear somebody, a cop, tell a parent, he's 25, hey, that's a grown man. Butt out, Budinsky, basically, is he's on his own and so are you. You know, Cheryl, you and I were already working in the trenches by the time I was 25. And do you know, my mother would call me, still, I would be out prosecuting rapists, murderers, drug lords, but my mother would call me at about 6 o'clock every morning when she got to work to make sure I was up and going. We didn't have cell phones. And even at that age, she would still send me 6 packs of V8 for me to drink on the way to work because she wanted to make sure I got vegetables. Yes, at age 25. And if a day went by and I didn't call them, they would know something was wrong. And that's what David Robinson is saying. And to think a cop would say, he's 25 years old, man, click.
Right.
That's just total BS.
Well, there's another thing about Daniel that I think we need to know that law enforcement should have zeroed in on. He didn't go more than 6 hours, according to his family, without texting somebody where he was or where he was going. He checked in regularly. He let people know what his plans were, where the job site was, what his hours were there. So he was very good about that.
And I don't think that's crazy. I mean, I still do that.
It's not crazy.
I'm in touch with my mom all the time. I mean, because if you love them, you want to talk to them. You want to text them. You want to hear what they're doing. I mean, David Robinson, you had to know almost immediately that something was wrong. Son, please help find Daniel.com. Nate, help me, Nate. Let me start at the beginning because I got carried off hearing Mr. Robinson on what happened in his life. Start at the beginning. Tell me everything, Nate. Don't leave anything out.
So Daniel goes to work. He's a geologist. It's his first job. He's in the middle of nowhere, you could say, right outside of Phoenix.
But was he living in Phoenix?
Was he living in Phoenix, David?
He had to live in Tempe at the time. He's first in Phoenix and then moved to Tempe.
So he was living in Phoenix at the time, right?
Tempe, Arizona, outside of Phoenix.
Gotcha. Okay, go ahead, Nate.
So he gets to work, and one of his coworkers is there with him. He says that he stayed for about, 15, 20 minutes.
Is that in an office, or were they out at a little known fact, my fiance, Keith, that was murdered, was studying geology, and he already was working geologist jobs as he was going through school. And a lot of times he would not report into an office. He would report to a site. So when you say, Nate Eaton, that he met up with a coworker, was it at some office or was it out in the middle of a geological site?
Yeah, this was out at a site.
Oh, darn. Because I was hoping I could glean something from maybe surveillance video or anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Nate.
This is near the White Tank Mountains. His coworker said that Daniel was acting strange. He was, quote, staring into the distance and talking about things that didn't make sense. So after about 15 minutes, his coworkers told police that Daniel left. That was the last time he was seen.
I didn't know that. What do you mean he was staring out? I mean, when you're working in geology, you are staring out in the distance. That's one of the things you do. I don't find that odd. But what do they mean by talking about things that didn't make any sense? Not to them, maybe, but what did they mean by that?
Well, that's all that the police report said, all that he elaborated on. But you do make a good point that is, geologists love to go out there and explore. And Daniel is a scientist. He has a brilliant mind. This is his passion. So he leaves after about 15 minutes, according to his coworker, and he has not been seen since. But 3 weeks later, three or 4 weeks later, they discover his Jeep. And who discovers it? A local rancher discovers the Jeep about 3 miles from the work site.
Okay, Nate Eaton. Sorry. Guys, Nate Eaton joining me from EastIdahoNews.com. Nate, I want to back up to something. I'm always constantly multitasking, even in my head. And I will suddenly say something here in the studio to Jackie, and she's like, what? 3 stories ahead or 3 stories behind, having a thought about this or that or what we need to do or where we need to go or who we need to talk to. And it doesn't always make sense to her or my husband or my children, whoever's around me at that moment, because I'm thinking in a different place of where I'm at that moment. So, bottom line, Cheryl McCollum, that doesn't mean anything to me, that he was talking about things and they didn't know what he was talking about.
Right. It could be a lot of things, Nancy.
So,
but I think,
when you're juggling, for instance, a caseload, you could be talking about one case 1 minute and something else the next minute. I need to find out what happened from the time they saw him and when a rancher found his vehicle. It was a Jeep, right, Nate Eaton?
Yeah, it was a 2017 Jeep Renegade about 3 miles from the work site.
3 miles. Was it on or off-road?
It was off-road, and his clothes were on the ground next to it. His wallet and phone were in the car.
Okay. That's a lot of information, what you just said so succinctly. But I'm curious to David Robinson, why did a local rancher have to find his Jeep when you had reported him missing? A simple flyover and a helicopter would have seen that.
Yes. Well, that was one of the reasons why I left Columbia, South Carolina. Is they didn't do initial search the day my son was missing. The day after, they didn't do a search. But they did almost 3 days later, using the Phoenix Firebird, they say. And also, once I got here in Arizona, I started my own searches. At that time, before the rancher even found the vehicle almost 30 days later, the rancher was out there, according to him, and the testimony he gave myself and also my investigator, is that he was out there 2 to 3 days prior to the 19th to chase down his cattle. They come through the same ravine that the vehicle was found in. The vehicle wasn't there. He was checking for his cattle, but on the 19th, 2 to 3 days after, the vehicle was there. That's why he called it in. He said he noticed it matched the description of something that was said in the local media. And so that's where it went from that point.
Okay, David Robinson, you just gave me a lot of ammunition. You gave me something to work with, because you're telling me, let's get this timeline down, Nate Eaton. And everybody, Dale Carson, high-profile lawyer, Jacksonville, former FBI, Karen Stark, New York psychologist on Facebook, and at KarenStark.com. Everybody jump in. Cheryl, what David is just telling me is very critical, because he leaves the work site. His Jeep is found 3 days later. Was it 3 days later?
Almost 30 days later.
30 days later. Is that right? 30 days?
Almost 30 days, that's correct.
But curiously, Cheryl McCollum, the Jeep wasn't there the last time the rancher had ridden through that ravine trying to round up cattle. And when was that, David Robinson? How many days before he spotted the Jeep had he been there?
He said the vehicle was found on July the 19th. He said he was there 2 to 3 days prior to look for his cattle that comes down that same ravine, and it wasn't there.
So we'll just go with the 16th. So what happened in that period of time? So he's last seen June 23, Cheryl.
Right.
And then suddenly his Jeep turns up just 3 miles away from that original work site on July 19-ish. That really doesn't make any sense, does it?
It doesn't make any sense, but the Jeep has essentially like a black box like an airplane has. And so they're going to be able to extract all of that data from that Jeep. For example, they already know that prior to hitting that ravine, that Jeep accelerated. They know that somebody tried to get the ignition to engage 40 times after the crash. So there's been activity that they know from that Jeep. So if it had been anywhere else, they would know that.
Okay, Cheryl, would you repeat what you just said about the condition in which the Jeep was found, the multiple attempts to turn the Jeep back on, and the hitting the gas before impact?
Right. So it looks like he's off-road, maybe four-wheeling, so to speak. There's a ravine. It's got like about a 45-degree grade. Before getting to the up part, he accelerates almost like he's gunning it, trying to make it up that hill. Well, what happens is he hits it in such a way that it appears, flips the car on his side. So the driver's side is going to be vacant of any dust or rocks or scratches. The passenger side is going to have significant damage, as the front end does as well. Because again, the way it looks like it was hit, it flips it because of the grade. The tire just runs out of road. That's all there is to it.
To add to Cheryl's comment.
Jump in, yes.
Yeah, you know, after the airbags deployed, there was apparently 11 more miles put on the vehicle. And so the
investigators. What happened to 24-year-old Daniel Robinson? His truck found crashed in the desert, but no sign of the man.
Yeah, we've covered this story extensively. Today, Buckeye Police releasing detailed information from a number of people who last spoke with the geologist. And Fox 10's Lindsay Regis is live with more. Lindsay.
Guys, we are learning what his last text messages were and who his last interactions were with. People who last spoke to him say he was acting odd.
It's been a hard road, investigating, searching, putting out information to trying to keep my son's case from going cold.
David Robinson II has spent the last 2 years searching for his son, Daniel Robinson. David talked to his son regularly.
We have plans. He had futures that weekend before he went missing with his sister to go hiking out there in Arizona. We have plans in July too that I will come out to see his vehicle for the first time. So we had plans.
Daniel was 24 years old when he was last seen leaving his job site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road on June 23, 2021. His crashed Jeep was found a month later, a few miles from the job site. A coworker, the last person to see Daniel, says he was acting odd, staring at nothing in particular, and that Daniel had asked him if he wanted to go back to Phoenix, then waved goodbye and left. According to Phoenix records, David told investigators his son met a woman and that he was in love with her. His sister told police the same thing. Detectives spoke to that woman who says she was not in a relationship with Daniel. The woman says she met Daniel 11 days earlier when he delivered food to her and a friend. The women were drunk and invited him in. Daniel texted the woman over the next several days. The woman says Daniel started acting creepy and showed up unannounced. In text, the woman asked Daniel to stop coming over unannounced. Daniel texted the woman, "I love you," and asked if she was home. That's when she tells him showing up unannounced is extremely uncomfortable. His last text to her was, quote, "The world can get better, but I'll have to take all that I can, or we can, whatever to name it. I'll either see you again or never see you again." Leading search efforts for Daniel has been tiresome, but David says he will never stop until his son is found.
I'm always going to believe that my son is alive and well. I'm going to find him. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, and we have the 128-page report on our website. Daniel's father is also organizing a virtual candlelight vigil on June 23rd. We have a link to it on our website, fox10phoenix.com. Lindsay Regis, Fox 10 News.
He is a handsome 24-year-old geologist whose case is shrouded in bizarre circumstances. Daniel was last seen on June 23rd, but his Jeep Renegade was discovered overturned in a desert ravine almost a month after he disappeared. His clothes and his keys and his wallet, all still inside the vehicle. But Daniel, nowhere to be found. What is even more baffling is that the Jeep may not have crashed where it was discovered on its side in that ravine. A private investigator says the airbags deployed 11 miles beforehand, and that somebody tried to restart that Jeep more than 40 times. Not only that, the PI says damage to the Jeep does not match the terrain where the Jeep rolled over. Joining us now, Daniel's mother, Melissa Edmonds, and Daniel's father, David Robinson. David, I'd like to begin with you, as I know that you have really struggled these last 3 months, even moving to Arizona for the last 3 months to try to piece together all of these details. I want to try to dig into what the police have said about all of these confounding events, the sequence of events that I just outlined that just make no sense, but that the private investigator seemed to discover. What did the police say about it?
Well, one of the things that I thought, my investigator, he gave all the evidence that he had to the Buckeye Police Department. And, you know, they kind of shut down on us at the time. So we didn't know anything that they have or anything they're thinking. They wouldn't share anything with us. We just know that they have the data, all the evidence that my investigator gave to them. And other than that, I don't know anything else about what's going on in their thinking.
It just doesn't seem to make any sense. Melissa, tell me a little bit about this journey, because I know at one point you got a very distressing piece of information that a human skull had been found not far from this site. It turned out not to be your son. You know, I don't know how that affects you when you're going through what you're going through.
Well, it's terrifying. I literally had to just compose myself enough to just say I have to be strong for Daniel. I mean, here in South Carolina, I have a lot of support. My husband has really helped me throughout this whole thing. And This is my husband, Stanley. He's helped me with
Stanley.
this process.
Hey, how are you?
And it's been one of the hardest moments of my life.
Well, I want to ask you, and Stanley, thanks for joining us on this. I appreciate it. And of course, I'll speak for Melissa. Thanks for your support because, no one knows what you all are going through unless you walk in your shoes, and those are shoes that no one invites. David, tell me about this detail that your private investigator, I think his name is Jeff McGrath, he discovered that this all happened just 4 miles from Daniel's job site. Your son is a geologist. It was only 4 miles away that this car was found. I just can't understand how it would take a month to find a car that's just 4 miles away from where Daniel was working.
Right, I agree. The Buckeye Police Department did their first initial search 3 days after my son was missing. From what they tell me, they did an extensive search over 12 hours. They scoured the area out here, some good distance, and that distance also covered those areas where the vehicle was eventually going to be found. The Buckeye Department also did a second search with Civil Air Patrol, and Civil Air Patrol came in with the 2 detectives, and they came out here right behind me, drove down to the well site, checked the area. They also had a fixed-wing aircraft that was flying over the area, and they came back on both of those searches empty. They didn't find any remains. They didn't find any skulls. They didn't find my son's vehicle. They didn't find anything. Construction cone. They didn't find anything.
It just doesn't make any sense. Melissa, I know that some reports from either friends or colleagues of Daniel said that he'd been struggling a bit with mental health before he went missing. Do you think that is playing into the decisions that are being made by the police, maybe not to do as an aggressive search as they might have otherwise? Or do you have any sort of feelings with regard to that?
Yes, first of all, no one can speak on Daniel's behalf. No one knows Daniel like we know him.
That's right.
And you cannot speak for someone and say you know a person until you've been around them long enough to say they having a problem. Daniel, the last conversation I had with Daniel was on June the 21st. He called me when I got off work. We talked, and I said, and we always end with, I love you, and we'll talk later. Later on that night, Daniel called me again, and I was sleeping. And Daniel said, hello, Mom. I'm just checking on you. And I want you to know I love you, and we will talk later. And that's what I'm holding on to. If my son was rational enough to call me and tell me that he's checking on me and that he will call and talk to me later, that's what I'm holding on to.
David, I know that you've spent a long time, having driven, I think, 1,800 miles, I think I read, from South Carolina to Arizona to spearhead the search for your son for 3 months now. Do you have any theories at this point? Any thoughts, if you've put all the data together from the private investigator, from the police, and from all the information you've been able to glean, do you have any thoughts about what happened?
Yeah, I've been here since June the 26th. 3 days after my son went missing. And from day one, everything seemed bizarre. And every time I think I'm getting close to understanding what could have happened to my son, I always end up hitting a brick wall, and it's almost like starting every day, starting back over again, trying to understand what's happening. When my son's vehicle was found, it started all over again with the damage, with this clothes lying there. All these things, his phone is inside the vehicle. The vehicle had been driven after been an initial first accident. All the things I've learned that so far still don't bring me close to any answers. I always end up back at the same thing. Again, we end up, me and our family, we end up in the same place again without answers. And the theories a father. I'm a father, and only thing I can have is suspicions. Theories. One thing I do know is that my son loves his family. My son would not abandon his family. My son is not going to join a monastery, as what was actually said to me. So I don't have any theory. I just out here look for my son, hoping that God bless that we get the answer that we need.
Well, we're seeing pictures of your beautiful child, and hopefully that will spur someone who may be watching, who may know something, to call the tip line. So if I can, Melissa and David and Stanley, I'd like to put that tip line up. It's 623. It's in the bottom of your screen there. 623-349-6499. That's for the Buckeye Police Department. There's also a way that you can help if you want to contribute to a fund that's aiding in the search for Daniel. Just go to the GoFundMe site and type in Daniel Robinson. And don't forget, if you think you may have seen something, or if you know something, no tip is too small. Please call the Buckeye Police Department. Melissa and David and Stanley, I am wishing you all God's love in the work you're doing to find your child. And I really do hope this does come out in a positive ending for you both. Thank you for being here.
As the Gabby Petito homicide case garners national attention, another young person has been missing for nearly 3 months, and his family is desperate to find him. 24-year-old Daniel Robinson, a geologist, was last seen on the morning of June 23rd, leaving his work site in the desert of Buckeye, Arizona. Nearly a month later, Daniel's Jeep was found in a ravine approximately 4 miles from where he was last seen, and police say that the vehicle appeared to have rolled and landed on its side. Daniel's clothes, his cell phone, wallet, his keys, they were all found at the scene, and police say that foul play is not suspected, but Daniel's family says otherwise. Joining us now is his family. We have Daniel's father, David Robinson, and Daniel's brother, Roger Colley Robinson. I want to thank you both for coming on this morning to talk about Daniel. And I do just want to start first, David, and then Roger, if you can tell me a little bit about your baby brother. But David, tell me about your son.
Thank you for bringing us on, Brianna. Daniel, he's a very outspoken guy from his childhood. Daniel, he's always challenged everything. He challenged his siblings. He want to outdo them academically. Everybody know that Daniel been born without a right hand. He never let that stop him. He done everything from learning how to play a French horn. He learned how to play the trombone. When he got into college, he sought out to be a geologist, and he pursued his dreams, and he accomplished those goals. Graduated with honors. He also is a friendly guy. He always have friends. The College of Charleston down there, I've seen so many of his friends that love him. Daniel's a guy that loves to travel. He spent times with his friend on traveling. He's loved nature. He liked to do hiking. Once he got out here to Phoenix, he liked to hike. He liked to travel, like I say, see nature. And he loved his career as a geologist. He liked to collect his rocks. He has a rock collection. But most of all about Daniel, he's a person that like to bring people together. And even in this moment when he's not here with us, he's bringing everyone together right now. So that's the type of person that Daniel is.
I will tell you, I have been reading about your son, and I have been so impressed by him and what a special person he clearly is. Your baby brother, Roger.
Yes.
And I just wonder, right now authorities are saying that there is no foul play suspected. That's not what your family thinks. Tell us about this.
Well, there's too many things that's going on with this case. From the beginning, as from a family standpoint, Daniel, he would never do anything, outside of telling his family. The first indication I thought that was very strange with Daniel is, after 6 hours not hearing from him at all, he either would call his siblings, his mom, or myself. He let somebody know where he's gone. But once Daniel became missing, and we realized that I think the quick action wasn't there quick enough, first of all. But then when, that caused me to have to do my own searching and things like that. But once his vehicle was found and the way it was found, it just didn't look right. It didn't sit right with me. That's why I ended up getting my own private investigator. And from that point, everything that was found from that point indicates that, we need to look a little farther than the saying he's just missing.
Roger, the Buckeye police say that the case remains open and active. They say currently we are consulting outside experts for enhanced analysis of the data from Daniel's vehicle. We are also asking anyone with information to please contact investigators. What do you think, Roger, about what police are doing and where this investigation into your brother's disappearance, where it stands?
From what I'm getting from this, I feel that, they're trying to do what's right at this point, but I feel that it's a little too late. Like my father said, had they been quick about it in the beginning, we wouldn't be here 3 months later, still searching for my brother and still looking for answers. I think my sister that lives in Arizona and my father did a lot in the beginning, trying to push and get things moving, pleading with the police, begging for them, hey, can you help us get a search? Can we do an air search? Can we get something? And I just think the lack of action initially is what's leading us here. And now they're having to backtrack and try to bring in outside sources to help search for my brother.
Roger, I wonder what you think about, there is now attention. Look, there is some national attention on your brother. That so infrequently happens in the case of a young missing Black man or a young missing white woman. What do you think about that and what needs to happen?
I think that it's sad that we still have to, think in that way. I would say my parents never raised me and my siblings to believe that, the world's out to get us. However, there are some very obvious things that happen, historically, and there's things that still happen today that's not very great in this country. And it just saddens me that it takes this much, to get, people's story out, like my brother or like anyone else. We shouldn't have to depend on other stories or other cases to push our own story. And we just want answers just like anyone else. I think, my brother or everyone else's brother or father, siblings, whoever they may be, they deserve the same attention.
Okay, and Daniel is a very special person. We hope that some more eyeballs on this case might get some more answers for you as you continue your search for him. Roger and David, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Welcome back. Tonight on Missing in America, we are diving into the case of Daniel Robinson, a 24-year-old geologist living in Arizona. His father, desperate for answers as to what happened to his son. Daniel has been missing, as we've told you, for more than 3 months, last seen leaving work on June 23rd. His car ended up here, crashed in the desert in a western suburb of Phoenix with no clues as to where he might have gone. His father has turned to private investigator Jeff McGrath to help. And what Jeff has discovered is raising even more questions about what may have happened to Daniel. Jeff is joining us live tonight from Buckeye, Arizona. Jeff, glad to be talking to you. I wish it were under different circumstances, but we want to find Daniel, and this is the first step in doing so. I want to start with what police are telling us. They have said they have found no evidence of foul play or anything suggesting that a violent crime was committed. Do you believe that based on what you've seen?
Well, I haven't found any evidence of a violent crime that has taken place, but there's also no evidence to say that it didn't take place. We do have a suspicious circumstance, so
what is it about? I'm sorry, we have a little bit of an audio today. What is it about Daniel's car that strikes you as off in terms of where it was found, the location, what was left behind?
Well, the damage to the vehicle, it didn't match the area that the vehicle was found in. It had some damage along the driver's side that is unexplainable by the detectives. It also had some intruding damage into the windshield that didn't match anything in the area as well. Plus, I also had the airbag control module report that tells me what that vehicle was doing 5 seconds before the airbags deployed and what was going on with that vehicle since the airbags deployed.
And what does that tell you?
It tells us that the vehicle traveled another 11 miles after the airbags did deploy on that vehicle. It also tells us there were 46 additional ignition cycles on the vehicle after the airbags came out, and that the report says the vehicle was traveling about 30 miles an hour for 5 seconds prior to its final rest, or airbag deployment, I should say. And that's not possible in the area where the vehicle was found.
So piecing that information together, how do you think the car got there?
Well, I think the car got there by somebody was still driving the vehicle after the airbags came out. And if it was dumped intentionally or somebody was joyriding and that's where it ended up, and once it got there, you couldn't move it out from there, it tipped to its side. Or Daniel was in it. We don't have any proof to say that he wasn't, but we also don't have any to say that he was in it.
But his cell phone, his wallet, his keys, all still left with the car. Jeff, people describe Daniel's behavior, those who worked with him on that morning that he disappeared, as odd. What have you learned about his state of mind on the last day he was seen?
Well, what I did learn was that he was tired. The odd behavior, that's the only definition that I've been told was odd, so I don't know what they really mean by that. But his behavior when he was at the job site was that he was tired and wanted to rest. And I think he drove off and wanted to rest somewhere in his vehicle, is what I think.
And if he were resting, he'd still be near his vehicle. The other question I have for you, are police still actively involved in searching for Daniel tonight? Where does the investigation stand on the law enforcement front?
The Buckeye Police Department has turned the vehicle and all of the evidence over to myself, my team. So I have all the evidence. So if they're actively investigating it, they don't have any evidence or anything to really investigate other than they can come out here in the desert with us and help us.
Is that customary for police to hand over evidence to a private investigator in a case like this or any other?
Not at all. No, I've never seen it in my career in law enforcement or as a private investigator.
Why would they do that? Did they say?
They said they told me they were done with the investigation. They say now that they have an ongoing investigation. So I can only go by what they told me in person, was that they don't have a crime, therefore they don't have an investigation. So they turned everything over.
All right, we're going to follow up on that, Jeff. Crime in the desert, not uncommon, as you know. What dangers do people face in the Buckeye area in Arizona, besides the elements of just being in the desert?
Yeah, the elements alone are by itself is bad. But we border Mexico, where we have a lot of cartel and mules that bring drugs through across the border. They're found in these deserts quite often, and that could pose a problem for somebody that stumbled across them. There's people that come out into the desert all the time. They shoot guns, they drink, they do all kinds of stuff. The desert is known to be a place where you can go and you can kind of do whatever you want out there. So there's a lot of dangerous elements other than just the conditions.
Jeff, I know you're a private investigator. You have about 60 active criminal investigations open right now. You typically don't take on these missing person cases. What was it about Daniel's disappearance and case that motivated you to take it on?
Well, what it was I wasn't familiar with the case when I received the call. So I looked into it, and I agreed to meet with Mr. Robinson, and when I did, he showed me one photograph that was turned over to him by the Buckeye Police. And from the minute I saw that photograph, I knew that he needed at least a vehicle accident expert in his corner to wade through this. And that's when I decided to take it, and my team and I jumped on it.
And you've already found a lot of clues and evidence. Let's hope that these clues lead us in the direction of Daniel so he can be safely returned to his family tonight. Jeff McGrath, private investigator on the Daniel Robinson case. Thank you for your insight and for your time.
Thank you for having me.
If you have any information that could help bring Daniel home, you can send tips or information to pleasehelpfinddaniel.com, or you can call the number on your screen right now, 803-200-7994.
The dad of a missing Valley man is joining forces with a high-profile family to get justice for his son. Daniel Robinson went missing in Buckeye in 2021. Around that same time, Gabby Petito also went missing. She was eventually found dead, her boyfriend admitting to the crime before taking his own life.
She was the blogger, the travel blogger,
Yes.
who was found dead. Well, Robinson is still missing, the young man here in the Valley. Both families just appeared together at an event called Crime Con. True Crime Arizona's Brianna Whitney spoke with Daniel's dad about that today. Brianna?
Yeah, you know, one of the things Daniel Robinson's dad has done so well is making sure his son's case is in front of the media and the public, and finding different ways to do that even when there aren't any updates. He says he doesn't want Daniel's case to go cold. So having the opportunity to speak on stage with Gabby Petito's family about the disparities in their cases was powerful and important.
Daniel Robinson, Gabby Petito, both of them gone, leaving their parents fighting for justice together.
Hey, look, nobody want to be a part of that club, but we are like family now, and we're sharing the same pains and burdens.
David Robinson has been fighting tirelessly to find his son, geologist Daniel Robinson, who disappeared from a work site in the Buckeye Desert in June of 2021. Detectives found his Jeep crashed nearly a month later, about 4 miles from where he was last seen, with his clothes and his belongings at the accident site, but he has never been seen again.
You grab the steering wheel and swerve or anything like that?
Just a couple months later, Gabby Petito went missing on a cross-country vlogging road trip with her boyfriend Brian Laundrie, and her case gained international attention from media and law enforcement almost immediately. David Robinson built a friendship with Gabby's father, Joe Petito, and the two took the stage together at CrimeCon this past weekend.
We had a platform where we were talking about white woman syndrome, as well as being able to talk about our individual cases and how the disparities is.
That idea is that missing white women receive more attention and resources than families of missing loved ones of other races, a topic Robinson says Gabby's father was extremely receptive to.
He told me he's doing everything he can going forward to help families of all races, get the attention that they need in every case. Every case should have that equal amount of attention.
Robinson says while most of his son's disappearance revolves around Buckeye and the vast desert out there, he's now focusing on where his son lived in Tempe and who may have been there before he vanished.
I'm looking into my son's apartment. These things are very crucial. These things that we don't hear in the report, we don't hear in the public.
Robinson says having the opportunity to speak on stage and have a booth at CrimeCon was a great way to find new resources and support, doing everything he can across the country to keep Daniel's name at the forefront.
I always think about him every time. He don't have a voice, I'm his voice for him.
Robinson has waited for the weather to cool down here, but he is working on organizing another search this fall for his son in Buckeye, just working on gathering resources and nonprofits to help and to support the volunteer searchers that also come out to aid him there. So.
Gosh, this case is just so mysterious. The evidence they found just way out in the desert, and his dad, every time we speak with him, you sense the frustration because it's like, where does he go from here? Doesn't the evidence trail grow cold?
I mean, it does. And that's the thing. It's so confusing to all of us because he went missing at the hottest time of the year in 2021. He didn't have his clothes or his belongings. They were at the crash site. So where could he have gone? How far could he have made it? It just doesn't make sense. Yeah. And that's so frustrating. But I commend his dad, who has the strength to keep going. And he does such a good job finding new ways to get people's attention, saying, hey, my son's still missing, but let's talk about something different with the case and bring it up. And that way you just don't forget Daniel Robinson's name.
Yeah, he's just being a soldier. And you think about all the families that are going through this and how grueling that must be day in and day out.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I talk to these families all the time and it's awful, but it is cool to see the Petito family and the Robinson family coming together like this from really across the country with their cases. Yeah. It's powerful.
I've never heard of this CrimeCon.
I'm trying to go.
Yeah.
I would like to go.
What else do they have there? I mean, they have panels with real life crime victims and their stories.
It's incredible. So they have victims, families there who share their stories. They have media representatives. They have well-known podcasters and podcasts there. It's basically the true crime community coming together. And the DNA company I've done a bunch of stories with, all from them, they're incredible. They hosted a whole presentation there this weekend. So it's all facets of true crime coming together for advocacy, and it's awesome.
And maybe that's what needs to happen. All of these families come together to help these cases move forward. You never know when you can cross-reference and get information on different cases. It's very interesting. Thank you, Brianna.
Yeah.
Folks, all the platforms that I have used, we have used them to shed light on African Americans who have come up missing. Why? Mainstream media has always ignored those stories. We were supposed to have the mother of Jelani Day on the show tonight. Her son has been missing since August 24th. He's an Illinois State University student. Today, a body was found in the Illinois River, and DNA showed that it was indeed Jelani Day. LaSalle County medical examiner confirmed Day's identity through forensic dental identification and DNA testing. The cause of death remains unknown and is pending further investigation. Again, Day was reported missing on August 25th in Bloomington, Illinois. Folks, thousands of people of color, largely African American, go missing in America. Last year, there were 543,018 people reported missing in America. 40% of those were people of color. Mind you, we make up 13% of the population, and that's people of color. And so not that whole 37% is black. But the reality is it is a significant issue. In 2020, 2002, 899 persons of color were reported missing. Of that group, 145,467 were under the age of 18. Yet if you are black and you come up missing, you can forget about it. But if you are white, especially a white woman, oh my goodness, you can get blanket wall-to-wall coverage. According to the Black and Missing Foundation, there are three main reasons for the disparity in media coverage. Runaways, a lot of minority children are initially classified as runaways, so there's no Amber Alert. For missing minority, black and other minority adults, it is believed they have some association with criminal involvement, gangs, and drugs. Lastly, America is simply desensitized. They think missing blacks and other minorities live in impoverished conditions and crime is just a regular part of their lives. These reasons force families to do everything they can to get the word out about their missing sons and daughters. Daniel Robinson has not been seen since June 23rd. The geologist went missing after leaving a work site in the desert in his Jeep Renegade. His father, David, and the co-founder of Black and Missing Foundation, Derrica Wilson, join us right now. Glad to have both of you. It is always difficult when we have to report the story of someone whose body has been found, Derrica. That is the case for Jelani Day. His mother obviously was shocked to get the news today, processing that death. But this is part of the problem. When black folks come up missing and you don't get it out early on, then it typically leads to these type of endings.
Absolutely. It seems like there's just no sense of urgency when it comes to our cases. I want to say my heart goes out to Jelani Day's family, and I'm happy that Daniel's father is on this show. We've been highlighting those cases. We can roll off our tongues the name Natalee Holloway, Chandra Levy, Casey Anthony, Lacey Peterson, Elizabeth Smart, but can anyone name one missing black or brown person, just one, who went missing in this country and received mainstream media? It doesn't.
And one that led to movies and miniseries and docuseries and on and on and on.
Absolutely. It is so sad. It's so unfortunate. We're not trying to dishonor any of those communities. We're trying to even the playing field. Families such as Daniel Robinson, Deidre Reed, Akia Eggleston, Keosha Jacobs, those families deserve answers. They deserve the same amount of resource that was applied to Gabby's case. You know, we understand that not all cases are going to bubble up to that mainstream media, but less is more. Less of one particular race and more of everyone that's missing, it greater the chances of a reunion. These families are hurt. I know Mr. Robinson, he's hurt right now.
Mr. Roberts, I want to go to you now. Give us the background, the details of your son. He was working? Was he working with other colleagues? Can you hear?
I can hear you now.
Yes, go ahead. Give us the backstory of what happened with your son. He was working. Was he working with other colleagues? Did he leave alone or with colleagues? What happened?
Well, my son, he works for a company called Matrix New World. Daniel, he's a field geologist for that company. And what he do is he visit well sites. He get assignments. He may visit 2 or 3 in a day. He often meet with one representative from a drilling company who assists him out there at the well site. The morning that my son went missing, he met a gentleman from the company called Weber. And those 2 are the only folks that was out there at the well site. My son do his collection, and the other gentleman do his job on the well site, well himself. But this morning they didn't get to do the work. From what I understand, the whole story is based on the gentleman, first of all. But according to that, my son decided to leave work early because of rain, and he headed out west into the desert where he never been seen again.
Okay, first of all, okay, we said the desert. What state, what city, where was this?
It's in Buckeye, Arizona. It's outside of Phoenix. It's on the west side of Phoenix.
All right, so he leaves the site, comes up missing. When did the company notify you or someone that he was missing?
Well, it's roughly around 5 o'clock. I live in Columbia, South Carolina. My daughter, she's also here in Phoenix. She's been living here, out here with my son out here also. And she alerted me. It had to be around 5 o'clock, here in Phoenix. And back home in South Carolina, she called me there and alerted me that the job, one of the workers from the job came to her house searching for him, looking for him.
Okay, so someone came to the looking for him. Okay, so what did the company then do? When were police notified? Was his car found? Was items found? Was it a tracking of his phone? Anything?
No. In fact, I called the police department. My son was living in Tempe at the time. They told me I needed to talk to Buckeye Police Department because that's the last place he was seen. They had me wait 12 hours before I could put in a missing person report. And since then, the job, like I said, yes, question, no, the job have not did anything other than alerted my daughter that he left the job site.
Oh, wait, hold on. Your son was working for the company?
Yes, he's on duty. That's correct. The
company did not initiate some type of search. They did. They. So what did the company do? Just, hey, your brother's missing. Let us know if you hear from him. That was it?
That was it.
How many Black people work for this company?
Well, my son, what I understand, I believe he is the only one. You don't find too many geologists out there. He's, in that sense, a minority when it comes to that field. I'm proud of him. He's something he wanted to do, when he came out of high school. So he landed his first job out here, and I was proud of him for that fact.
Okay, so, all right. So he comes up missing. Was in the first 48, 72 hours, first of all, you had to wait 12 hours. I get that. Was any search conducted? Any aerial search? Was there any retracing of the steps? What has his vehicle been found?
No, not at all. Not at all. The first search, was 3 days afterwards. I asked them for the search the next morning.
It took 3 days to search for him.
That's correct.
And who did that search?
That was only because my auntie called and I don't know what she said to them. They canceled the first search and they decided to send a helicopter out there on the third day. That was, by the time they did that, I was almost to Phoenix because the first day when they denied the search, I was already in my car on the way to, to find out what's going on at that point.
So, company has done nothing. How long did they search for your son?
Well, from what I understand, they did the third day when they did that search probably lasted for a few hours. I think it was roughly 2 hours. From that point, there was no more search until almost a month later, probably like 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks later. They had a Silver Air Patrol because I requested that. The net search only came after the vehicle was found, and that was on July the 19th. Almost a month later, when my son went missing, a rancher found my son's vehicle in the ravine out there, about 2.5 miles away from where he went missing.
A rancher. Your son's vehicle was discovered how long after he came up missing?
It was on the 19th of July, almost a month, because my son went missing on June the 23rd. And almost a month later, on July the 19th, was when the rancher ran into my vehicle.
So your son came up missing June 23rd. His vehicle was found in a ravine on July 29th. Were any personal effects found in there? Phone, anything?
Well, actually, it was July 19th.
I'm sorry, July 19th.
That's right. And the thing was, when they found the vehicle was found, according to Buckeye and also according to the rancher, my son's his clothing, everything from his underwear, his socks, everything he's wearing, his boots, everything was his clothes in a pile about 3 feet away from the vehicle. His safety vest that he was wearing that day when he went missing was another foot away from the vehicle, and the vehicle was lying on the side. His personal things, effects was with his clothing out there. That was his wallet, his cell phone was inside the vehicle, his personal computer, things like that.
Derica, that all sounds absolutely strange, but it also goes to show what happens when you have no real interest. Had there been a real search conducted after that 12 hours, actually, before I ask that, Derica, Daniel, how far, miles or feet, how far was it where his vehicle was found in the ravine from where he was last? He was with his coworker. What was the distance?
2.5 miles, and they did 2 searches out there, extensive searches, they say, right?
2.5 miles?
2.5 miles. That's
see, Derica, this is the thing that gets me. Clearly, he was able to access the area by vehicle. Okay, clearly he was able to access the area by vehicle. So if I'm sitting here, if you do a real search, you retrace where he last was.
You absolutely do. And one of my questions is, did the police department, interview any of his colleagues? Did they bring them in for questioning? Did they bring in the cadets to do a grid search of that area? Did they ask for federal FBI resources to help with this case? Did they bring out the drones? Did they bring out the cadaver dogs? Nothing. They spent 2 hours. But in these other cases of people that don't look like us, they're spending from sunup to sundown.
Is that what angers you, Daniel, in that if your son was a missing white woman, that this case would have been absolutely treated completely different?
Yeah, and because I'm a father who loves my son, when I was on the way up here, I'm a go-getter. So the first thing I was doing is, as soon as I realized these guys from day one wasn't taking it really serious. I had to go find him myself. That's why I started my own search parties, and I've been doing it for 7 weeks straight, out there looking for my son.
You also are trying to, I'm correct, hire a private investigator. What are you doing? A GoFundMe, Kickstart? What are you doing to help with that? To ask for help with that?
Well, I've been out here, like I said, since June the 26th. From that time, of course, I have a home in South Carolina. I haven't been home since, but while I'm out here, for living expenses, I had to be out here to get the searches going. I had to be out here to get my private investigator. I had to be out here, so of course, after a while, the GoFundMe was there, created later to help me remain here because, I had to take care of things at home, take care of here, and pay the expenses here while I'm here. So after the searches of 7 weeks of searches, I'm desperate at this point. I can't get the Buckeye Police Department to move on really doing a serious search and investigation on my son. I was running out of resources. The GoFundMe helped me for a certain point. And then, because of the Gabby thing, my son, what I've been working hard for 3 months, finally came up. People started taking my son's stuff serious, and also to help with the GoFundMe, so now I can stay a lot longer to continue what I was doing. I'm about to open the searches back up again.
Well, and Mr. Robinson, we're here to help you as well. We are a resource we're sharing with all of our media contacts, and we will also make a contribution to you. This is absolutely devastating. And, on behalf of the Black and Missing Foundation, our hearts go out to you. There's no family should have to deal with this. Missing persons is not a Black issue, it's not a white issue, it's an American issue. And we know that this is devastating, just not knowing if Daniel was hurt, if he's being mistreated, if he's hungry, if he's got to walk through the front door. And that's how all these families feel. And that's why we have to make this a priority. All people who are missing deserve that equality.
That's right.
We shouldn't have to fight for everything.
Mr. Robinson, if you could get us that GoFundMe information, we'll also share with my 3 million social media followers, and we'll share it on the show as well.
Yes, sir. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Sir, I appreciate it. Good luck. And we hope you get the answers that you absolutely deserve when it comes to your son. Derek, we also appreciate your work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me on.
Back to our Roland Martin Unfiltered video in just one moment.
It's time to be smart.
Roland Martin's doing this every day.
Oh, no punches. Thank you, Roland Martin, for always giving voice to the issues.
Look for Roland Martin in the whirlwind, to quote Marcus Garvey again.
The video looks phenomenal, so I'm really excited to see it on my big screen.
Support this man, Black Media. He makes sure that our stories are told.
See, there's a difference between Black Star Network and Black-owned media and something like CNN.
I got to defer to the brilliance of Dr. Carr and to the brilliance of the Black Star Network.
I am rolling with Roland all the way. Honored to be on a show that you own. A Black man owns the show.
Folks, Black Star Network is here.
I'm real revolutionary right now. Wow. Roland was amazing on that.
Hey, Black, I love y'all.
I can't commend you enough about this platform that you've created for us to be able to share who we are, what we're doing in the world, and the impact that we're having. Let's be smart. Bring your eyeballs home.
You can't be Black-owned media and be scared.
You dig?
He vanished in June, but his case is just now capturing headlines across the nation. Daniel Robinson's disappearance has captivated and disturbed the country. We are taking a look into the active case in this special edition of True Crime Chronicles.
On June 23rd, 2021, Daniel Robinson,
A 24-year-old geologist working in Arizona leaves his job site. He drives west into the desert. That's the last time anyone hears from Daniel.
We are going to do everything we possibly can to locate Daniel.
The Buckeye Police Department conducts 2 searches of the area, but their investigation uncovers no evidence. However, on July 20th, a rancher finds Daniel's Jeep wrecked only 2 miles from his job site.
Immediately when I saw the vehicle, I noticed there was something that wasn't right with it.
Buckeye police say the Jeep's black box shows that Daniel drove in excess of 30 miles per hour when he crashed, rolling the vehicle over, causing the airbags to deploy. However, a private investigation into the data disputes the police claims. It suggests that the Jeep was traveling under 30 miles per hour when the airbags deployed. Data from the Jeep also shows that, after the crash, someone tried to start the engine over 40 times before driving it an additional 7 miles following the crash.
The damage didn't match with the terrain and where it was laying, and that this looked like a staged event to me.
Despite police finding no evidence during their investigation, searches by David Robinson, Daniel's father, and volunteers recover the remains of 6 other people. Unfortunately, these bodies are unrelated to Daniel's disappearance. As summer turns to autumn, the search continues with no trace of Daniel.
I'm not going to give up. I'm not leaving until I see him again.
We invited Daniel's dad, David, to talk about the case, which as of this taping is still ongoing. Here is what he had to say.
I was in Los Angeles this weekend with my kids, and I flew in early, and I asked them to hold this interview so I could speak with you because I can't, you have no idea how strong you are. And I just want to say that on behalf of DBL and everybody watching, we appreciate you. And with that, I'm going to give you the stage. Talk to the world. Tell us about Daniel.
Well, first of all, Daniel, he's such a very intelligent young man. You know, ever since he was a kid, he also is a son that like to challenge things. Like, for instance, if he has something that he want to do, he can make sure he accomplishes that goal. You know, my son been born without a hand, so, you know, automatically some people think that's a challenge for him. Daniel, he refused to wear things like prosthetics. So, you know, at earlier age, we knew that there was something, you know, special about Daniel. Daniel is the type of person that brings people together. For instance, my family, we could have some disagreements there. Daniel's like that bridge in the middle. He have a way of bringing people together. His friends would say the same. Family members would say the same. And if you look at this now, even when he's not here personally, he's bringing people together now.
Wow. Daniel sounds absolutely special and incredible. Was it normal for him to go days or weeks without communicating with you, or did you guys speak very often?
We would talk at least 2 to 3 times a week. And then when we talk, it's always a 2-hour conversation. That is automatic, you know. Dan and I, he does that with his family. I knew something was wrong because it's within 6 hours. I'm like, that's not Dan. It's nothing like my son. You know, the family, he's always contacting somebody, you know, whether he's going to be his sister, his mother, his friends, you know, we all know where Daniel is. So, yeah, it was a really quick indication that something was wrong.
Well, you know, I just kind of want your speculation here on, like, why did he leave the job site and drive west into the desert that day? Like, do you have any idea, like, where he was going or where do you think he was going?
I have no idea. And, you know, as a father, just hearing that sounds outside of what my son would do. So, you know, of course, we had to take the word of the gentleman. It was he and another gentleman at that well site. And everything's based on his testimony. My son went out west in that desert. So that's all we had to go by.
You are an unbelievable human being advocating on behalf of your son right now.
And I really appreciate you guys for having me on and helping me out. I appreciate it.
Anything you need.
Anything,
anytime. I don't care if it's later this week. Let us know. We'll get you on.
Yes,
we'll get you on our digital.
Yeah.
Get you on the show. Like anything you need, reach out.
Yeah, if there's something comes up and you need to get some sort of narrative out there and you're not thinking about it until a week from now, 2 weeks from now, please contact our producers, okay?
I really appreciate that.
Do
Thank you so
not
much.
hesitate.
Yeah.
Don't be pleasant. Like
Yeah.
this is an emergency. So let's get
Yep.
on it. Anything you need, we're here.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
God bless. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the search for Daniel is still ongoing. So what can we all do to help? Please, viewers out there, you can visit pleasehelpfinddaniel.com where you can help donate to fund the private investigation. Your donation will aid the public search efforts. You can also put your name on a petition to bring awareness to Daniel's disappearance. We need you. We are holding out hope that together we can help bring Daniel home.
Dawn in the desert, a clear and chilly November morning. We are near the city of Buckeye, Arizona, where a caravan of cars is arriving, carrying volunteers. For the next several hours, they will comb this unforgiving landscape, looking for a young man who's been missing since June of 2021. His name, Daniel Robinson. And leading the search, not law enforcement, but Daniel's father, David.
Where is everybody located?
For 9 painful months, Robinson and his team of volunteers, people he now calls family, have been desperately trying to find any trace of his son.
He's a very bright, intelligent geologist. Anything that Daniel want to do, he would do it. He's born without a right hand, but he found ways to master anything that he wanted to do. You know, he's a geologist. Of course, Arizona is the ideal place.
In June 2021, Daniel had just begun a job doing field work at a desert well site. He'd always kept in close touch with his family back home in South Carolina. But around this time, Daniel suddenly stopped calling.
I tried to call his phone constantly. He wasn't answering.
In fact, the whole family tried calling Daniel. Nothing. His sister in Arizona checked his apartment. No one there.
I was worried. I didn't want to panic because I didn't want my children to panic. So that's when I decided to call the Buckeye Police Department.
The Buckeye PD is a small one with barely more than 100 officers. Nevertheless, they began investigating by first checking the area where Daniel was reportedly working. Nothing turned up. 2 days later, David Robinson, desperate for answers, felt he had to take matters into his own hands.
I just grabbed everything I had, threw it in my vehicle, and just started driving. And I made it here. I came straight through, left South Carolina, came straight to Arizona.
Some 45 hours later, David arrived in this daunting desert, exhausted, but in a panic. His son was out here somewhere, all alone, facing 3-digit heat, rattlesnakes, and not a soul or building in sight. So on his own, David started searching and soon made his way to the well site where his son was last seen.
This is where it all began. This is where the whole narrative started. My son drove off into the desert and vanished, maybe from here.
David then met with a witness, a co-worker of his son's, who said he saw Daniel at the well the day he disappeared.
He did tell me that my son seemed like he was looking out into space somewhere, looking out into the desert terrain, kind of staring off, and was acting really quiet. And then he told me my son just kind of waved off to him, got in his vehicle, and drove off.
Where he went and what exactly happened next, no one seems to know. Soon after that meeting, David began recruiting volunteers to help him search the sprawling Sonoran Desert. Every Saturday for the next few weeks, they scoured this barren, treacherous landscape. They have not found Daniel. Then in July 2021, a break, a big one. A local rancher found Daniel's Jeep rolled over in a remote ravine.
When I first saw that crash site, I was really devastated. This place I had to go to and see for myself.
The airbags had deployed. The sunroof looked as if it had been kicked open, perhaps used as an escape route. And this was odd. Outside the Jeep were what appeared to be Daniel's clothes and work boots, his wallet still in his blue jeans. Inside the vehicle was his college ID, laptop, keys, cell phone, and plenty of bottled water. To help make sense of this mystery, David hired private investigator Jeff McGrath, an expert at reconstructing accidents. He has a theory of what might have happened.
There was nothing along this route that the vehicle took into that bottom ravine that matched the damage. It's telling me the vehicle was probably crashed somewhere else. Either moved here or it was continued to be driven, and this was its final stop. And whether somebody stole it in joyriding, whether Daniel was in it, but it tells me something happened somewhere else.
The Jeep has since been moved to a secured location for further analysis, but plenty of evidence still remains of the crash.
I don't believe it was enough to kill, no. The airbags had enough force to do some damage. They strike you in the face, and they come out with a lot of force, and it could cause a concussion, but there wasn't enough violence here in this crash to cause a lethal.
That suggests Daniel survived and was perhaps disoriented and maybe wandered aimlessly into the desert. Could this be other than accidental? Could foul play be involved in Daniel's disappearance? It's something McGrath and David have not ruled out. It's something police have examined too. To this point, there is no evidence of that. None at all. Whatever happened back in June of 2021 has David Robinson now bracing for the worst.
It's hard to say you're searching for your son walking around the desert with no clothing, no shoes. So I had to mentally put it in my head that I'm doing a recovery. So I need to go find every spot I can out here to rescue my son. He may be hurt, injured, somewhere stuck, whatever. I need to find my son. I found something up here interesting.
David is hoping to get more attention, help, and resources from the Buckeye PD, which says this is still an ongoing investigation, although so far not a criminal one.
Okay, so we're still working this side.
He's also tried to enlist federal help. In the fall of 2021, the Buckeye PD briefed the FBI and asked for their assistance. The Bureau recently told us they're still assessing the case. So far, they have not gotten involved. So for now, David Robinson and his team of volunteers continue to search.
I really have faith that somehow God can bless that he's alive somewhere, and I hope so. I am not stopping. He's my son. He's my responsibility. He's a fighter. He never give up on anything. I definitely won't give up on him.
Hey, NBC News viewers, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
Well, this is the case that has captivated the nation and has certainly caught the attention of all the volunteers that you see behind me this morning. And joining us live is Dad David Robinson. You know, you held a press conference last week outside of the Buckeye Police Department. And what really struck me is that you said the world knows him as the missing geologist, the missing 24-year-old geologist. But this is your baby.
Yes.
This is your baby.
Yes.
So how are you doing?
This morning, we're out here to do the same way we're doing every week, searching for Daniel. I came here with a mission in mind, decided I want to do this for my son, make sure I be here for him. He need me, I need him, and I'm going to be out here. So we're out here this morning, continuing our search.
And there is a good amount of people behind us. How many people do you estimate have shown up?
Roughly about 200, a little over 200.
Is that the most for any of the searches? I understand this is the 9th.
It's about typical. We started off with roughly 20 people. Now we moved up to 200 or so people.
Okay, and logistics-wise, give us a little bit of the technology insight. What happens if a volunteer happens to find a trace, a little piece of evidence?
Well, we have a system. We ask the people not to touch anything. If they see anything suspicious on the website, searchfordaniel.org. We have a link there. They take the picture through the link. Those comes to us, and we also turn those over to the Buckeye Police Department.
These are searches that you have organized as a dad. You've kind of been wearing two hats as detective as well. Buckeye Police did conduct some targeted searches this week. They brought out some robotic technology. Do you think that's in direct response to your public pressing of the department?
I definitely do. And matter of fact, I received a phone call from them for the first time in a few weeks now. And I was really happy about that. And I'm asking everybody to continue doing what they're doing. And it's actually working, and I really appreciate that.
And Buckeye Police have said that they're also going to bring in an expert. They're going to look at that airbag data again after your private investigator found out that his Jeep has been driven, 11 miles after it crashed? Do you know exactly when they're going to be looking at that data? Because they said last week and it didn't happen.
Well, I've heard Buckeye say that a few weeks ago. Since my investigator turned those things over to them, it's the same repeat. They repeat it over and over again. I hope they actually do it.
Do you have high hopes that anything will be found today? Or are you cautiously optimistic?
Oh, we get some answers. That's what we're out here for. That's what the people are dedicated for, to find answers to help me bring Daniel home. You know, at this point, I'm wishing for the best and hoping for the best, and my faith is for the best. At the same time, I have to be realistic and optimistic at the same time, and hopefully we find some clues or something that can help us on our journey.
Anything you would like to say to the volunteers and just anyone in the community who has helped?
It's been amazing. I think outside of what happened with the Buckeye Police Department, the community came together. People show love, the expression of love through the emails, and it's unbelievable. Arizona is unbelievable. So.
It has been an amazing turnout. More people are trickling in. I see more cars driving through and parking. David, thank you so much for your time. I'll let you get to it. I know you're leading some of the groups. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
People will be out here until about 11 a.m. and safety is top of mind because the logistics coordinator just said, we don't want to send out a search party to look for the search parties, you know? Okay. We're live in Buckeye. Jess Winters, Today in AZ. Back to you.
Tonight's story comes to us from our great affiliate KSTU in Salt Lake City, Utah. Reporter Angie Cole has the story of Daniel Robinson.
David Robinson has now spent 3 grueling months in Arizona. Feeling abandoned by police and ignored by national media, the South Carolina father assembling his own team of private investigators and volunteer search crews.
We conducted 7 weeks of searches without any assistance from the Buckeye Police Department, including searches with cadaver dogs, drones, fixed-wing aircraft.
Robinson believes his 24-year-old son Daniel would have been found by now if he had more help from law enforcement. He hired private investigator Jeff McGrath after a rancher found Robinson's Jeep crashed in a ravine in the desert in July. McGrath specializes in accident reconstruction.
The airbag control module tells us the story of what happened with that vehicle. 5 seconds before, all the way up to the airbags coming out. It does not match that ravine.
Because Robinson's clothing and belongings were found nearby, Buckeye police quickly ruled out foul play.
I found one of Daniel's socks 3 miles away from where the vehicle was recovered. So if Buckeye did the searches they searched, they should have found this sock as well.
Newly released police reports showed family, friends, and colleagues told police Robinson wasn't acting himself in the days leading up to his disappearance, but none indicated they thought he may harm himself. David Robinson just wants some answers.
It took an unfortunate missing person case that captured the nation's attention, that my son had a shot at being seen and heard.
And again, folks, our thanks. It was not KSTU, KNXV in Phoenix. Angie Cole reporting for us. If you have any information, please call the Buckeye Police Department. We're going to put that number up for you. 623-349-6400 is the number. Still with me, retired FBI Special Agent Bobby Chacon. Also with us, Mike King, retired police commander, host of the Profiling Evil podcast. Mike, this story, there's a lot of parts that to me don't make a lot of sense. That sock that is 3 miles away. I don't know what happened here. And I don't know if investigators have done enough, or maybe they have. What are your initial thoughts about the disappearance of Daniel Robinson?
Well, I think the first thing that I found interesting is that coworkers said that he was acting oddly, and we don't know if he was having a health issue, if there was drug use going on or anything like that. And I say this all very respectfully to the family as we kind of look at this idea, because it's not uncommon to see someone who is under the influence of something to maybe start removing clothes. Even in the desert at night when it gets cold, you can see people as they get hypothermic start to shed clothing. And so that is an interesting thing. But the thing that really troubles me is the way that that vehicle looked, and now hearing that there's a little more forensic information about the vehicle and when the airbags were deployed, how it may have ended up in that ravine, and whether there was any physical sign of him actually walking away, and if he in fact he walked that 3 miles before his sock was found. And to be critical of searchers not finding a sock, again, that's a pretty small needle in a haystack, but you can't discount the fact that law enforcement, if the reports I read are accurate, decided not to put a helicopter up or something else that might really give them a quick way to look around, especially after dark with the technology that we have to see heat transfer.
Bobby Chacon, what are your thoughts about the disappearance of Daniel Robinson?
Well, you know, these cases, as we see in the Gabby Petito case, these are very manpower intensive cases. It's a lot of people. It takes a lot of people to go downrange and to throw at the problem. Now, when some of this happens in a very small rural jurisdiction that may not have the ability to put 100 investigators out on a case overnight, you also have the complication that this is an adult of adult age with a job, and a disappearance is not necessarily criminal. You don't start a criminal case. And so I think some of the family's displeasure was the fact that the police didn't jump on this right away. Well, there are sometimes policies that they wait 72 hours. You know, in those 72 hours, it could have rained and washed away some of that, you know, that evidence that Mike's talking about as far as what came and went from that vehicle where it was finally found. So I think that in this case, you may have had a slow start by the police, you know, may have had an inability of them to marshal enough people to do these types of searches, and they may have just not, you know, taken it seriously, because, you know, here's an adults disappear every day, and many times they show back up, and so, you know, if there's no evidence of a crime, you know, it's much harder to take police resources that are limited away from other areas of the community and to put them towards this. Should they have? You know, you'd like to have the ability to investigate every case 100% with every resource that you have, but you don't have that. You have limited resources. You have to make those types of decisions. In this case, they may or may not have made the right decision.
Mike King, so how do you think they figured this out? And how does the family proceed here? They've got this private investigator working the case. Obviously, there's much more of a spotlight on it now, but how do you find Daniel?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to actually do the forensics on the vehicle and the computer on board and see what it really tells. And I haven't been able to find anything that says when they actually found the vehicle in comparison to when this young man disappeared, which also creates some timeline issues and could have gotten this young man in a position where he was at a health crisis before they even found his vehicle and knew the area to look. Photos like the one we're looking at right here, we see snow on the mountaintop, so we know that the temperatures again get down. But you got to break this area down into a grid search, and you got to start and frankly take advantage of what this family's doing, which is a Herculean task to garner the forces to go out and start searching. But you got to create a grid search and be able to start checking off the boxes that we've checked this area, we've checked that area. It may be too late if, in fact, this young man is deceased to be able to rely on things like buzzards or any kind of depredation by animals to be able to show you anything. But you certainly could increase the aerial presence with drone imagery and other kinds of things and start looking. But you got to go back to the ground level of that vehicle, and what do you learn from that first, because it might give us what the behaviors are of this young man immediately after. If he's injured in this crash and is in the vehicle when it happens, that could easily explain why he might wander off in the wrong direction and get himself into a health crisis.
All right. We will continue to follow this story and any developments here on Closing Arguments. Big thank you tonight, Bobby Chacon, Mike King. Your experience and insight is really valuable. We appreciate it, and we'll see you again really soon.
Thanks, Vinny.
Thank you.
I had to keep my dad's hat on, but at the same time, you know, I got to put my search hat on and go out there and find my sons.
Since June, David Robinson has been hoping for news about his 24-year-old son's whereabouts. Daniel Robinson is a geologist who was last seen leaving his work site in the Arizona desert on June 23, 2021. Mr. Robinson hired a private investigator and left his South Carolina home to be present in Arizona during the search for Daniel, never thinking their family would still need answers 3 months later. In July, Daniel's Jeep was found 2 miles away from the work site, but with no trace of Daniel. Authorities say they have searched a 70-square-mile area for Daniel Robinson, but his father says it's not enough.
Daniel's the kind of guy that brings people together, so of course people would like to be around him.
Even in his disappearance, Daniel is bringing people together. Co-workers, friends, and strangers have shown up week after week to search for him.
Now, you know, it's a lot of people, but I try to shake hands because, you know, I just want people to know how grateful I am for the community.
And while Gabby Petito's disappearance made international headlines, and Daniel's has not, Mr. Robinson is full of compassion for what the Petito family is experiencing.
Of course, that was devastating just to hear another family's going through the same thing I was around at the same time I was going through. And when I found out she was my son's age, you know, just reading, that's like horrible. You know, so it was a horrible thing, you know, and I already know what the family's going through. My family knows what the family's going through, and I don't wish it on anybody.
Robinson says this experience has turned him into an activist for the families of missing persons.
I run into families all the time that email me and text me and tell me their story, and you know, you just be amazed the pain that people go through.
Daniel Robinson is 5 foot 8 inches tall and about 155 pounds. He was born without a right hand, which his father says made him even more determined to succeed.
He wanted to play the French horn. He taught himself to play the French horn. He wanted to play football. He played football. So Daniel did everything he wanted to do and challenged himself to do it. He never take no for an answer.
While his life has been publicly reduced to facts about his disappearance, Daniel Robinson has parents, an older brother, a twin sister, grandparents, and countless friends who desperately want to find him.
He's a scientist. He worked hard for what he got, and he's out there somewhere, and I need some help in finding him.
For Inside Edition Digital, I'm TC Newman.
Right now on 12 News, it's been almost 2 years since geologist Daniel Robinson was last seen in the Arizona desert. Now, police are releasing new details in the case and more than 100 pages of reports in the investigation. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mark Curtis.
And I'm Kariba Devine. Team 12's Jonathan McCall spoke with Robinson's father and has his reaction.
Tonight, a new report is providing more details into the June 2021 disappearance of geologist Daniel Robinson.
Family member who's going through pain for almost 2 years now, searching for my son. It's not easy.
Robinson last seen driving away from a work site in the desert near Buckeye. A month later, a rancher would find his Jeep in a ravine, crashed with the airbags deployed. Daniel nowhere to be found, but his personal items still inside.
I'm still housing forensics that should be taken care of.
The 128-page report released by Buckeye Police provides details not previously shared in the case, including Tempe Police helping to process Daniel's electronic devices, the FBI being briefed for a second time about the case, the agency offering help but not an investigation. Plus, Daniel's cell phone pinging at the crash site at 10 o'clock the morning that he was last seen, despite his car being found a month later.
You put a cell phone there, but you can't put my son there, and that's the question that we have and from my investigative standpoint.
David Robinson, Daniel's dad, is conducting his own independent investigation and says he knew nothing about the release of the report until 12 News shared it with him. In it, investigators reveal using cameras to search a 970-foot well in January of this year. human remains found in the area that were not Daniel's, and even possible sightings of Daniel. David Robinson says he's been in contact with the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office about possibly receiving even more help in the case.
There's clothing that was found at the scene that my family and I do not recognize. We're asking the Maricopa County to test those clothing and to verify that they belong to my son.
June 23rd will mark the 2-year anniversary since Daniel Robinson's disappearance. Buckeye police say that the case is still open and active, and that they're seeking any and all tips that can help them as part of their investigation. We're in Phoenix tonight. Jonathan McCall, 12 News.
Jonathan, thanks.
First tonight, it's been 3 months since geologist Daniel Robinson went missing from his work site in a remote part of the desert in Buckeye.
And now for the first time, we are finding out what police have learned about the days before and after his disappearance.
Here's ABC 15's Courtney Holmes.
Daniel Robinson's state of mind, a recurring theme in this report as police try to piece together what happened to the 24-year-old. Daniel was last seen by a coworker on June 23rd, and according to this police report, was acting odd at his job site just before driving away. But in the days prior, the report says Daniel was also behaving oddly with a woman he'd met while working a side job for a food delivery service. After only a few days, texts reveal he'd show up unannounced. The report says he told family that he was in love with her. It also says photos on his Instagram account appear to have been removed since he'd gone missing. Still no clear answers about what happened. And in an appearance on CNN, his father, David Robinson, says it took police too long to start searching for them in earnest.
Once Daniel became missing, we realized that I think the quick action wasn't there quick enough, first of all.
The report shows the family requested a helicopter search on June 24th. Didn't happen until June 25th. Police didn't actually enter his home until July 6th, almost 2 weeks after he was reported missing. Civil Air Patrol, which conducts searches, wasn't contacted until July 7th. And when his Jeep was located on July 19th, it was by a rancher. Daniel's brother says he believes police are doing what they can to find him now. But
had they been quick about it in the beginning, we wouldn't be here 3 months later, still searching for my brother and still looking for answers.
Courtney Holmes, ABC 15, Arizona.
"24-year-old Daniel Robinson has been missing for 3 months. Daniel was working as a geologist and was last seen leaving a job site in Buckeye, Arizona on June 23rd. He was reported missing that same day. Joining me now is Daniel's father, David Robinson. David, thank you for joining me during this difficult time for your family. Tell us about Daniel, first off, and the kind of person that he is.
Thank you for having me. Daniel, my son, he's since he was a child, he always been he's his youngest child, the boy, and of his twin sisters and his oldest son, and oldest brother. I'm sorry, and he's always been challenging them since he was young. As you know, Daniel was born without a hand, and he didn't let that stop him. He always been that person to want to challenge himself and go farther in everything they do, whether it's academics, whether it's things like teaching himself to play a trombone and the French horn, things like when he got to college, he decided to be a geologist. And when he said he wanted to achieve his goal in that area, he did that. He also was a person that brings people together. He has a lot of friends. Many times there's conflict. He's always in the middle to bridge that gap. And, like I say, he's a adventurous guy. He likes to travel and do things. He's very high spirited and a very go-getter. Just like right now, also like bringing together, he's bringing people together now, even though he's not here at this time.
It's wonderful to hear your description of him and how it brings such a rounder understanding of Daniel to all of us. Authorities say that no foul play is suspected in Daniel's disappearance, but your family thinks otherwise. Explain to us why that is.
Well, that's because we don't have any answers. You're looking at the evidence that been presented by my private investigator.
the things that he found, like for instance, the vehicle's been crashed multiple times. That my son, the first crash happened within 4 hours of him going missing. And also things like, like I said, the vehicle been driven about 7 or so miles after the first initial crash. The fact that the damage on the vehicle that he found didn't match the terrain. Also that my son's clothing, everything that he had on his body was in a pile 3 feet away from the vehicle. Things like that have an indication that something's wrong. There's a lot more to things that point to that direction, but those are some of the things that definitely point to a bad direction.
It both match. It doesn't match up with the personality of your son, and there's also this confusing thing, which I'm just going to explain for our viewers, maybe who haven't been following this as much, that they found your son's vehicle, but they found no evidence, no trace of him whatsoever. So, David, have the police told you any of their theories about what has happened to your son?
Well, the only thing I have gotten once the Buckeye police detective notified me that my son's vehicle was found, and he told me, of course, his clothes was on the ground, like I said, 3 feet from the vehicle. He told me that he didn't see any blood in the vehicle, but the vehicle was, on the side. One thing that he pointed out to me is that, his theory is that my son maybe had a severe head injury. That explains why he probably shredded all his clothing off. He also told me that he also believed that my son walked out in the desert undressed because he wanted to be away from his family and his friends, and he most likely wanted to go join the monastery and become a monk. That's the only theory I got from anyone in the Buckeye Police Department.
Does that match up with anything that you know about your son?
No, like I said, his personality is opposite of that. He loves his family. His family love him. We're a very close family. Sometimes, though, then he will tell me things he don't tell his siblings, but he tells everything. He tells his siblings some things he won't tell me, vice versa. His mother, he tell her things that he probably won't tell me, but ultimately he speaks to all of us. Whether he's making a trip somewhere, he sometimes go where he want to go. Hey, look, I'm going to Sedona, for instance, and he go out there and he say, hey, I'm going to Sedona. He'll tell his sister, or he'll tell me, he'll tell his mother, he'll tell someone. So his personality is also really close with his family. He reaches out to his grandparents, things like that. So Daniel is far from a person that want to be away from his family.
And David, it's been 3 months since Daniel went missing. You and I discussed this beforehand, but it has to be hard for you to keep the faith at this point. Have you allowed your mind to go to the different possibilities, and what are you thinking right now is most likely the case?
Well, I came here to find my son. I was able to coordinate my own individual search. A little that, the Buckeye Police Department wasn't doing it for me. Doing that search, I had to face a lot of things. The first week or so, I was very hopeful that I would find him out there. Hopefully he wasn't injured. Maybe he just trapped somewhere and we could find him. But as the weeks start passing by, reality can kick in. Hey, I've been out there in the desert. Sometimes I get 118 degrees. Then you start realizing, how hard it can be out there if you're out there trying to survive. You have wildlife out there. I've learned the mountain lions and things like that. And then once we start finding human remains and a skull, things like that, we start, things like that start getting to my mind and say, I had to come to a realization. It's been so many weeks now. It's been this point, and the outcome may and may not be that great at that point.
And you are continuing your search for answers. What would you like to ask others to do to try and support those efforts?
Well, I have a petition out right now. The petition for myself does a couple things. I think when people are united and we're asking for one thing and we all come together, like I say, my son bring us together, is to ask the Buckeye Police Department to do their job, first of all. My resources was very low at the time. Thank God that people start kicking in now and trying to help to keep me here, and I'm grateful of that. But resources are very limited, and the Buckeye Police Department has many resources, not only just the resources, they also have the equipment. They should have manpower. If they don't have it, they can go outside of that and get professionals. But, as a civilian, as a person, as a family member, and then as a father, I'm asking the community to, like I say, support me on that behalf, but also to help me spread my petition, because my petition also would help everybody be aware that this happens often. I have learned since I've been doing this for 3 months that missing person cases happens all the time. A lot of times, as a people of color, we don't get heard a lot. It goes unheard. I get flooded with emails, people telling me their brother's still missing, their aunt, their uncles, things like that. And that's when I start understanding this thing is really bad. So I just wanted to make sure that people in the community may come together and say, look, we need to put more pressure on our departments. Maybe they need to come up with a separate department, especially states like Arizona, Alaska, New York, they have high missing persons cases or whatever. May have a better training or a different department that specializes just for that purpose, because the first 24 to 40 hours of urgency is the major thing, just like what happened in the Gabby case, and things moving faster.
Yeah. I appreciate your focus not exclusively on your son, but in amplifying all of those cases that deserve more attention. David Robinson, thank you for being here. All of our best hopes for you and your family.
Thank you for having me.
This week, NBC News is highlighting the stories of everyday people who mysteriously vanished in our series, Missing in America. Over the years, our friends at Dateline have covered hundreds of missing persons cases.
Now the team is debuting a new podcast called Dateline Missing in America, focusing on 6 different disappearances.
We're going to talk to Dateline's Josh Mankiewicz in a moment, but first, he has a little more about one of those cases.
It's dawn in the desert of Buckeye, Arizona. Volunteers are searching for a young man who's been missing since June of 2021. His name, Daniel Robinson, and leading the search, Daniel's father, David.
Where is everybody located?
For more than a year, the mystery of what happened to Daniel has stumped investigators and a father desperate to find his son.
He's a very bright, intelligent geologist.
Last year, David moved from South Carolina to Arizona.
I just grabbed everything I had and just started driving, and I made it here.
He began his search at a desert well site where Daniel was working on the day he disappeared. He spoke with Daniel's co-worker about that day.
He did tell me that my son seemed like he was acting really quiet. And then he told me my son decided to just kind of waved off to him, got in his vehicle and drove off.
David says his son was not depressed and describes him as happy. In July 2021 came a break. A rancher found Daniel's Jeep rolled over in a remote ravine.
When I first saw that crash, I was really devastated.
The car was badly damaged and no sign of Daniel. To help make sense of this scene, David hired private investigator Jeff McGrath.
There was nothing along this route that the vehicle took into that bottom ravine that matched the damage. It's telling me the vehicle was probably crashed somewhere else. Either moved here or it was continued to be driven.
And that is where Daniel's case stands. David wants to get more attention and resources into searching for Daniel.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
He's hoping someone out there might have information that could help find his son.
He never give up on anything. I definitely won't give up on him.
Wow. Holy moly.
My goodness. Dateline's Josh Mankiewicz joins us now. Good morning to you.
Hey, Josh.
Good morning.
So we're all literally talking back to the television, which is what people do at home. People get sucked into these cases. So hopefully we can get some breaks. Let's talk about Daniel Robinson's case. It's the first episode from the Dateline Missing in America podcast. Where does his case stand now?
Right now, he's still missing. It was a year around the end of June. They're still searching. David Robinson remains convinced that he's going to find his son and eventually bring him home alive. and they need tips, they need help. And one of the reasons that Andrea Canning and I are doing this podcast series is that these are not typical Dateline cases. By the time we usually bring you a Dateline, it's over, it's solved, we know what happened. In this case, we don't. All kinds of theories are possible, and this is a time when people who listen to these podcasts really can contribute and really can help, because maybe something something you remember, something you didn't think was important at the time, that could be vitally important to investigators and to these families, which really need answers.
Let's dive into that a little more, because that's something so interesting about this. Listeners can, through social media or through going to the site, really contribute if they saw something or if they heard something, and that's really a first, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that people are doing more and more, which is wanting to contribute to this sort of whole process that they see unfolding either on social media or on television. And this is an opportunity. I mean, there's a website that Daniel's father set up called pleasehelpfinddaniel.com. So you can go there. You can call the police in Buckeye, Arizona. You can go to our website. We have information right there on the screen. So, there are lots of ways in which people can help. Police often talk about cases being solved through either changes in technology, things like DNA, or changes in circumstances. People realize, I'm not going to cover for you anymore. We're not together anymore. I'm not going to continue to tell that lie. Or just somebody remembers something that they didn't think was important at the time, or that they thought investigators maybe already knew. Things like that can really be vitally important.
It's really incredible. Josh, I feel like every time I look at the iTunes charts, there's another Dateline podcast at the top of the charts. The Thing About Pam is one that sticks out to me, but that comes from the incredible team and the producers and you guys at Dateline. This was different because this came from fans of Dateline. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, back in 2005, I did a story for Dateline about how the TV in particular didn't cover missing Black people the way we cover missing white people. From that, in part, came our digital series, Missing in America, in which people would contact us and tell us stories that needed to be covered, stories of the missing, stories that weren't getting coverage. One of the things that's abundantly clear is that sort of public attention and news media attention frequently drives law enforcement and makes a case more important. It makes people want to spend more resources and time on it. I mean, one of the sad truths is that police departments in this country, they're not really set up to find missing people. Yeah. They're set up to, deal with the crimes that are coming in today and yesterday, and so it's missing persons is very rarely a priority, which is one reason why people calling in, people with things they remember, people with things with tips. It can make a huge difference.
Let's hope it makes a difference. I mean, as you were talking, we were showing video scrolling, and it's just so many faces that we've never heard about. I know you're going to tackle other cases. Josh, thank you for your time. And for everybody at home, you can listen to Dateline Missing in America now, wherever you get your podcast, or you can scan this QR code on your screen and you can start listening. The first 2 episodes are available now.
Wow, incredible. And his brother Ben was my first co-anchor in my first job ever.
Legendary.
Oh, really?
Ben television.
Full circle there.
Yep, full circle.
Hey, thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Find your favorite recipes, celebrity interviews, uplifting stories, shop our favorite deals, and so much more with the Today app. Download it now.
Last time anyone saw him, he was leaving his work site. He was a geologist, young, vibrant, handsome, had his whole life ahead of him. And that whole scene right there, Arizona desert, he was leaving the job site. It was June 23rd, 2021, almost 2 years ago today. And he was on his way away from the well site, 35 miles outside Phoenix, driving his Jeep Renegade. Nothing seemed odd. Dad had spoken to him, right beforehand. Nothing seemed odd. And then no one heard from him again. And then that's what the Jeep Renegade looked like. And here's the strange part about that. Daniel's nowhere near that crash, okay? But all of his belongings are scattered outside, like his clothes, cell phone, keys, wallet, all outside the vehicle. And an expert that was hired by Daniel's dad, they found the data from the Jeep's computer, like the black box, said that somebody started that Jeep more than 40 times after the airbags deployed, and that someone drove it more than 11 miles after it first crashed. All very strange. And then today, we're getting new information. The data from Daniel's cell phone says that his phone was at the crash site for more than an hour after Daniel was last seen. The search on his personal and work computers and iPad showed Google searches. I don't know what to make of this, but here they are. Quote, delete Instagram account. The word explosion. The expression, love changed me. The phrase, shooting Tempe, as in Tempe, Arizona. And the phrase, I'm okay to do things I hate. Those were the searches. Still pretty mystifying. FBI's involved. Brand new team actually has gotten up to speed on this search. And then here's a strange thing. Someone claims to have run into Daniel the day he disappeared. And when police investigated that, they said that the data from the Jeep and the cell phone doesn't line up with that. I want to bring in David Robinson. David is Daniel's father. He has made it his quest and mission to find his son, and he's been a friend of the program. You know, every time I speak with you, I'm just, my heart just breaks, David. You've worked so hard. You moved to Arizona at one point to continue the search for your son. Have you found anything since the last time we've spoken in your travels to Arizona and in your conversations with the police and regarding this new information that's released?
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. Yes, I have been finding some information. I was able to speak with the mayor of Tempe as well as the chief of police of Tempe Police Department. I was able to get them to do the electronics on Daniel's belongings. While getting those information back, some of those things went together with my private investigator who noticed, when he was able to get access to Daniel's apartment, somebody was fumbling around in the apartment. And then we also realized through the, like I say, Tempe Police Department doing the forensics on the electronics, that someone was doing searches on Daniel's computer after the vehicle showed up at the crash scene. So we put those two things together. We got some little information back from that as well.
What do you make, David, of the search information? I'm trying to put it together. I can't think of what it could mean. Delete Instagram account, the word explosion, love changed me, shooting Tempe, and I'm okay to do things I hate. Did anything resonate with you as his dad?
Not at all. I had spoken to my son 2 days prior to him going missing. And we had our normal conversations. It was 2-hour-long conversations. My son do ask questions. He's a very inquisitive young man because he has dreams and aspirations. But none of those things match up to anything that I have heard from Daniel from my last time. But not knowing Daniel's computer and what he searched and things like that, I can't really speak on that one.
What about this new FBI team that's getting up to speed? Have you been working in concert with them?
Well, I was out advocating for law enforcement to get the FBI involved. As you know, my son's vehicles is either on federal land or in very close proximity. We found human remains out there in the area. My son went missing the crime scene, so I'm very delighted to hear that the FBI is taking a second look. I did request it one time before, and they declined, but this time I hope they continue to help in the efforts.
Well, we're under, 2 weeks from June 23rd. And as I understand it, you're planning to hold something called a virtual vigil where you're inviting everybody who's watching right now, and they can all spread the word as well. You're asking people to light a candle and then post that on their social media and tag you at Unity Candlelight Vigil, right? Unity Candlelight Vigil, all one word, if they tag you on that. And hopefully you can get that to go viral and get more attention to Daniel's missing case.
Yeah, that's right. And also, Daniel is America's son, I like to say, meaning that what happens to our family happens to many families. That's over 1,400 people go missing every day in this country. So we are not alone. So this event is for, like you say, everybody to be able to participate. But also I will have other families that I will be highlighting. So that way families will get their story out there, because those who are participating will also hopefully share these stories as well as Daniel's story.
David, I am wishing all the best for you. I'm sending you every prayer I can muster in your efforts. Just keep us posted and let us know how things go. And I'm also wishing the best for the 23rd as well, for the Unity Candlelight Vigil. Thanks for being on tonight. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
A lot of people have followed for several years now. This is really a disappearance that's left so many people confused. If Daniel Robinson died in the desert after his car crashed, how has he not been found? Or did somebody pick him up after the crash? And if so, where was he taken? Daniel's father says he has to keep his son's case in the spotlight until this is solved. The Buckeye, Arizona desert is vast and desolate. And for 3 years now, it's been home to the mystery of what happened to 24-year-old Daniel Robinson.
It's really emotional time for us as a family. I do have moments where I wonder if my son is not here anymore, and I still got to bring him home.
David Robinson is Daniel's dad, fighting for answers in his son's disappearance ever since June 23rd, 2021. Daniel is a geologist, last seen just after 9 a.m. leaving his work site at a well in Buckeye. 3 weeks later, his Jeep Renegade was found crashed in a ravine less than 3 miles from his work site. Data showing more than 40 ignition cycles were recorded by the car after the crash. Daniel's belongings and clothes were found at the crash site too.
I believe some type of foul play happened in that scene, in that area out there in the desert. I just don't know exactly what that means or what it is.
But the Buckeye Police Department cannot confirm any foul play is involved, yet is actively investigating his disappearance. Daniel's father helped coordinate many searches in the area and says there are things they've found that just don't add up.
Say things that we found on the scene, a sock near the well site that matches sock that was found on the crash site.
He also says Daniel's sister, who lives here in the valley and was often with Daniel, didn't recognize the clothing found with the crashed Jeep.
We wanted to get one of those clothing items to be tested to say it is indeed Aunt Daniel's clothes, to rule it out if it's someone else's clothes being staged there.
He says all airbags deployed in the Jeep as well, begging the question of if there was somebody in the passenger seat when it happened, and if so, who that was. The Tempe Police Department helped out Buckeye Police with the investigation because Daniel lived in Tempe and analyzed personal computers, a work computer, and his iPad, but nothing led to the geologist's whereabouts. David says the reality is Daniel could be anywhere, so keeping his name and picture in the media is something he's committed to doing until he finds his son.
And that's why I'm really putting all the efforts I can and keeping Daniel's case from hitting a cold case status. And there's a lot of leads to follow. I have to believe he's alive. That keeps me going.
This Sunday, David is holding a virtual event on his social media pages dedicated to Daniel's disappearance. That will be held at noon. It's called Bring America Home, to not only raise awareness for Daniel's case, but other families with missing loved ones as well. They'll also be at that event virtually to talk about it. Of course, if you have any information on the disappearance of Daniel Robinson, please call the Buckeye Police Department, guys.
Yeah, it's been 3 years and
crazy.
a lot of searches. I mean, they've talked about things that don't make sense, but has there been anything noteworthy that can help?
So at least twice, there was an odd occurrence because human remains were found 2 different times during the search for Daniel Robinson. Now, those remains were tested for DNA. They didn't match Daniel's, but that's the thing about this area. Unfortunately, it is a place where human remains are either dumped or found, and so you can find them out there, but it is vast because you think they've done all these searches by sky, by ground. How could they not find him if he was out there? There are just so many vast parts of the desert that even in a contained area where that work site was, you may just not get to everything. But it is really, really bizarre. Yeah. You just don't know what happened. And that's hard.
It's heartbreaking. You feel for Daniel's dad because he's out there advocating both for his son and for the families of other missing children as well.
Yeah, he's dedicated his time and his life to that too. He's been at CrimeCon. He's worked with other families of missing loved ones. He's worked with Gabby Patino's family at one point. So he's gotten out there and he is somebody who said, look, I've worked hard to keep my son's case in the media. That hasn't been easy, but that's how you get attention and that's how you spread it. You see his picture and his name. He could be anywhere.
He's doing the right thing. You can tell he's staying diligent. I got to get back to those human remains real quick. I'm assuming that they are old. They don't line up with the timeline here.
Yeah, there were other cases, and the DNA from the remains did not match Daniel. So that's how they were able to definitively rule those out.
It's been exactly 1 year this month that 24-year-old geologist Daniel Robinson went missing. And as we continue our work with the Black and Missing Foundation, we sit down with Daniel's father, David, who tells our Zuri Hall about the mystery surrounding his son's disappearance.
Tell me a little bit about Daniel. What was he like as a kid?
He's a very high-spirited young man. A lot of people didn't know Daniel was born without a right hand. But early on in his childhood, he quickly let the family know that, hey, I'm a strong child. I'm going to challenge everything.
On June 23rd, 2021, David's worst nightmare became reality when Daniel seemingly vanished from a job site in Buckeye, Arizona. According to reports, he arrived on site around 9 a.m. but quickly left, which his dad says was not normal, as he would usually be there for several hours.
When did you know in your gut that something was very wrong?
Daniel didn't answer his phone. His sister went to his house to check to see if he was there. We tried to contact friends of his, and wasn't able to get anybody. They haven't even seen him. I heard some of the things from the coworker that was there with him say, hey, look, he's there with me only 10 minutes and just disappeared.
There had been no sign of Daniel after he oddly left his job site until nearly a month later, when David says Daniel's badly damaged Jeep seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Police say they don't suspect foul play, which is why it hasn't been investigated further. But David says he believes otherwise.
First of all, everything my son was wearing was on 3 feet away from the vehicle. His clothing down to his underwear, everything was there.
Adding to the mystery, David also says a local cattle rancher had been in the area just 2 days prior and claims the Jeep was not previously there. So David hired a private investigator and started searching himself with the help of volunteers. And while there has been no sign of Daniel, they have uncovered remains of several other people who were missing.
What does it mean to you to know that even though you still continue to look for Daniel, through your work, you have found other missing persons' remains and potentially given some closure to their loved ones?
It was very helpful, especially with families that I talk to all the time. So families, nobody know about their person. But yeah, to bring some type of closure there, yeah, I'm very happy.
David now hopes someone will come forward with information that might help his family have closure too.
David, what do you miss most about your son?
Our conversation, he and I have our 2-hour conversation. I'm waiting to have those conversations with him again.
If you have any information on what might have happened to Daniel that day, please call the Buckeye Police Department.
We're also learning more tonight about another Missing in America case that we brought you last week. 24-year-old geologist Daniel Robinson has been missing since June 23rd after leaving his job site in Buckeye, Arizona. His blue Jeep turned up a month later, but no sign of him. His dad and also a private investigator have been looking on their own in Arizona in the desert for months, and we are getting some insight into his mindset in the days before he went missing. There are some text messages revealed in a police report from Buckeye Police that show Daniel was texting with a young woman leading up to his disappearance, and she turned down his advances. Robinson worked a side job delivering for Instacart. He also delivered liquor to a woman named Caitlin at her home. She and her friend had invited him in, apparently, and they exchanged phone numbers. Well, within the week, Robinson reportedly showed up unannounced and sent these messages saying, quote, "I couldn't stop thinking about you." She wrote back saying it made her uncomfortable and that she didn't want to hang out with him. According to the text, Robinson showed up at her home again, eventually asking Caitlin, "Do you hate me? Honestly, you showing up at my house unannounced," she said, "made me extremely uncomfortable. I don't see us hanging out anytime soon." All of these messages were then turned over to police and part of their initial report. As of tonight, Daniel's disappearance remains a mystery, and police say there is no evidence that any violence occurred or any foul play has happened. But Daniel's family say it just isn't like him to disappear. We have asked you to send us cases like Daniel's and like Lauren's that you think we should be covering, shining a light on, and paying more attention to, and we have heard you. In the last 2 weeks, our team has received more than 575 tips in 2 weeks. And we are combing through each and every one of them, and we're reaching out to law enforcement in these cases, and we're figuring out ways that we can bring you these important stories and hopefully help solve them, bring some of these people home. Now to the disappearance of a young man in Arizona. His name is Daniel Robinson, and his mysterious case was one of the first ones that we covered as part of our Missing series here on News Nation Prime. We are revisiting his case tonight as it has now been 6 months and there has still been no sign of him. Daniel is 24 years old and he was working as a geologist when he vanished in June. Daniel's dad has organized multiple searches in the Arizona desert over the past few months, and he even hired a private investigator to look into the case, but even the family is starting to lose hope that Daniel is still alive. I'm going to be talking to Daniel's dad in just a moment, but first, News Nation's Kelly Beeson takes us back through the details of this case and where the search goes from here.
Nearly 6 months after Daniel Robinson vanished, a call for help passing out flyers, expanding the search to Phoenix and surrounding cities.
There's that we're saturating the homeless populations, the homeless communities in the valley. Reason being is if there was some type of a disorientation or head injury that could still be going on. And Daniel just doesn't really know who he is.
Jeff McGrath is a private investigator working with Robinson's family to figure out what happened to the 24-year-old geologist who vanished June 23rd after leaving a job site in the Arizona desert. His Jeep, found a month later, crashed in a ravine.
Something was going on with that vehicle.
McGrath says so much of the case doesn't add up. Paint on the Jeep that doesn't match the scene. Data that shows 11 miles on the vehicle after airbags deployed. And more than 40 attempts to start the engine after it crashed. He's certain there was actually another crash somewhere else.
So it tells me there's a second crash location, or I should say a first crash location at minimum. And then there's the recovery location where the vehicle ended up driving down into the ravine and coming to rest at the bottom on the side.
Robinson's keys and wallet were still inside, his clothing in a pile just outside the vehicle. Signs Robinson was likely disoriented. McGrath hasn't ruled out foul play or the possibility of a drug like PCP being involved.
And that would cause inhibitions to go away, possibly risky behavior. He may have hit his head in an accident, had some trauma, some brain trauma, some swelling of the brain that would disorient, couldn't find his way out, or laid down somewhere, passed out, and succumbed to his injuries.
Volunteers have repeatedly fanned out over the desert searching. McGrath admits the chances Daniel is alive are slim, but he shares David Robinson's frustrations about how the case was handled from the start.
Their theory is that nothing happened, there's nothing wrong here, and there's nothing suspicious here.
The Buckeye police provided this written statement saying Daniel's disappearance is heartbreaking. Detectives with the Buckeye Police Department investigate every lead in this case. The investigation will remain open and active until we find Daniel. But McGrath says police have turned over all evidence to his team. And it's David Robinson who continues to organize searches, reminding us all this holiday to hold loved ones close. Now, that private investigator telling us Daniel had told coworkers he was tired before leaving work. So one theory is that he stopped somewhere along the desert road to take a nap and was the victim of a carjacking, then left in the desert after the crash. Marnie.
Kelly, thank you. The mystery continues, and Daniel's father, David, has been scouring the desert, as you saw there, for his son ever since he went missing months ago. He's camped out in hotel rooms, even got a one-bedroom apartment near the search area so he could be there to continue looking. David is joining us live once again tonight. David, I've spoken to you a number of times. Any new information tonight, any updates that shed light on what happened to your son?
Thank you for having me on. There's currently not too many new updates other than the fact that we do have now a second person who saw my son on June the 23rd. This person is a federal law enforcement agent who can give us a better understanding of the timeline and also the mind frame that my son on that date, the 23rd of June.
How did your son encounter this law enforcement official?
Well, the law enforcement agent told me he was out there with his children target practicing. When he saw my son out there, his vehicle out there twice. On the second time he saw my son's vehicle, he approached him. My son was mild-mannered, had a long conversation with him. It appeared that he was cleaning his car. His car didn't have been sustained any damage. My son directed him to a location that's better suited for target practicing because, my son told him that he was at work and that's the work area. He shouldn't be shooting out the area.
Did Daniel share any information with him indicating where he was going, what he was doing, anything that's helpful?
Only thing I got from that officer is that Daniel said he was at work and that it was around that morning area when he saw my son.
Can you clear up, David, some of the discussion happening around the police reports, Daniel's state of mind, his coworkers describing him as tired, kind of out of sorts, others saying that there is a potential, even the PI, that there were drugs in his system. He had even had some conversations with a woman in the area. Anything you can definitively clear up for us as you investigate?
Well, with my investigation, anything with drugs is something new I never heard about. My son is definitely don't do drugs, PCP, what I heard just a while ago, things like that. My son don't dabble with that kind of stuff. So I'm not sure about where that type of things come from, but I do know there's a lot of theories out there that's surrounding my son. And as time goes by, people wonder. They wonder what happened. I wonder what happened. And they tend to make things up.
We did hear from Buckeye Police, as you saw in that piece. They said the case is still open. It is active. However, you have been frustrated about how the investigation was handled. Why and what should they have done?
At the beginning, the urgency, saying 24 to 40 hours is crucial. My son went missing. To date, the Buckeye policemen, the police department haven't found anything out there related to my son. My searches as a civilian, filled with civilians, have collected human remains, have collected evidence. My investigator collected evidence, but I'm not finding anything coming out of the department suggesting to me that they're not looking hard enough.
David, this is a difficult question to ask. Jeff McGrath, the private investigator on the case that you hired, said the chances that Daniel is alive is slim. What do you think tonight? What does your gut tell you about your son?
Well, it's been trying. You can imagine after 6 months, going on 6 months here, at the beginning of my searches, of course, I searched that well site area until the vehicle showed up. I started searching the vehicle area. But during that time, I always had that hope that Daniel was out there, needed to be rescued, and that's my goal, to find him and bring him home. However, after 6 months, like I said, that wears at your faith. There's no way possible for me to find my son walking around that desert alive. So it changed from a rescue to a recovery at this point. But to keep my hope alive, I also don't know what happened to my son. So it's possible he could escape that area somehow. So that's the reason why I started my city searches that would span to every city here in Arizona in hopes that Daniel is part of some type of homeless population or maybe a mental health facility or anything, that would indicate that he's still alive.
Well, from parent to parent, I understand your relentless pursuit to find your son. I thank you once again for joining us, and I hope that the new search proves to be fruitful and gives you some information and answers that you need. David Robinson, as always, thank you. And if you have any information about Daniel Robinson and where he is, if you can help in this case, please contact the Buckeye Police Department, the number there on your screen. Thanks for watching. Click the red subscribe button below so you can get more of NewsNation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. We have some new information tonight in the missing case of 24-year-old geologist Daniel Robinson. Robinson was last seen June 23rd leaving a job site in Buckeye, Arizona in his Jeep. His father, a veteran, considers this his mission now, vowing not to stop looking until he finds his son.
Treat it like a mission. I keep saying it, I'm a professional soldier. I have to do that. I have to do my job and find my son. He's my son, I'm his father, and it's my job.
Well, that Jeep that Daniel was driving is now producing some new details. The Buckeye Police Department hired an investigative company that now says the Jeep was involved in a rollover crash and sped up right before impact. They also say the driver may have tried to jump a ravine. Also, new details show the ignition was turned on more than 40 times right after the crash. So some new information tonight. Joining me now, Jeff McGrath, the private investigator hired by the family to help with this case. Jeff, it's good to see you again. You had already known some of the details about what was going on inside this car before the crash, yes. But let's go through a few of these to catch people up. The car sped up right before the SUV crash. There were 40 ignition cycles after the crash. So what does that indicate to you?
Well, for starters, the car did not speed up right before the crash. I don't know where this investigator got this information. I'm looking at the crash data recorder right here, the report that came out of the black box, if you will. And there's no indication. As a matter of fact, the car's speed, the car's engine RPMs actually started to reduce right at the crash, right at the point of crash, right just prior to. So there was no speeding up.
How is your data different than what police through this investigative company? How does this differ?
Well, I don't think my data is different than theirs. This reconstruction outfit, they reviewed the same document I did. They have the same document I do. It's the download from the vehicle's black box. It's called the crash data report. That is the same data. Where he got the vehicle sped up at the end, I have no idea. And when you do a reconstruction of a collision, you not only do you view the reports that the vehicle creates when you download that, but you also need to review the physical evidence, meaning the vehicle. And I have possession of this vehicle, and nobody's asked me to come take a look at it. You need to do the two together. It's not a complete investigation without.
So help us make sense of why they would release this report and not come get the car.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know. They didn't ask me. As a matter of fact, I've even asked the chief of police in Buckeye if we could have a sit down and try to get on the same page here. And he won't do that with me. So why it took them 3 months to hire an expert, and they should have done this from the beginning. We either could have worked side by side, or I could have stepped out had the person been in it for the right reason. But for him to review the same document that I have possession of, and he does now too, and say the vehicle sped up at the end or tried to jump the ravine is ludicrous. I don't have any evidence of that, and nothing in the vehicle's data from 5 seconds prior to those airbags coming out.
Anything else this report revealed that was information even confirming what you know already, or something that you didn't know?
Yeah, there was information. I've been saying from the beginning, there were 46 additional ignition cycles on the vehicle after the airbags came out. I stick with that. The report tells me that. Same report he read, and he said, looks like there were over 40 times somebody tried to start that vehicle after the airbags came out. So we're consistent on that. He's saying the 11 miles discrepancy with the 11 miles that's on the odometer of the vehicle and the 11 miles that it shows at the time the airbags came out, less, I should say. He's saying that's not an anomaly, that's a natural occurrence, but yet he had to search around through chat groups of reconstructionists to see if he could find somebody that's ever encountered this, because I've been doing this since 2004, and I've never encountered that discrepancy like he says is so normal by Jeep.
So
to the point to where,
go ahead.
Yeah, to the point to where now I think I want to go out and I want to download 10 random Jeeps and compare those mileages just to see if there's anything off on there. I have an idea what my findings are going to be.
Yeah, it sounds to me, Jeff, as though you are not at all confident in the police work to this point, and certainly not this latest report revealing some of the intricacies of the black box of the car. I'm wondering, though, based on all of the evidence you have gathered, we were just showing pictures of Daniel on the screen. He's been missing since late June. His Jeep was found in July. Do you have any theories right now on what you have as to what happened to Daniel?
You know, I don't like to put my theories out there because I don't want to lead somebody in the wrong direction if it's not true. It's just a theory at this point. I stand behind that. You know, whether it was Daniel that was in that vehicle or somebody else, it appears to be that somebody was in a situation that they needed some help. So that I stand by that. But as far as I can't release a theory that I have right now at this point, just because I don't want to.
I understand. Real quickly before I let you go, how's his family doing? How's his dad? I know you're in constant contact.
Family, they're doing it as they have been through this whole thing. They're holding up. They're holding out hope as well. Dad's still, he's still David, and he's doing the best he can, and he's trying not to show any of that emotion on the outside. But I know he's hurting on the inside, and we're just trying to do what we can to soften this blow on him and make it easier.
I know you're working hard on the case. Lots of volunteers out there searching the desert on a regular basis. Jeff, we appreciate the update as always. And there seems as though there are a lot of holes in this one. And hopefully the next time we talk, we have a few more answers. Jeff McGrath, private investigator, helping in the search for Daniel Robinson. Jeff, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Each and every missing persons case is important. Daniel's is one of thousands. These are stories that need to be told. We want to highlight them, and that is our mission every Wednesday here on News Nation Prime. So if you know of someone who is missing, share their story with us by visiting newsnationnow/missing. Thanks for watching. Click the red subscribe button below so you can get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage. Tonight, we start our series, Missing in America. Every Wednesday night, right here on News Nation Prime, we are going to be diving in to these cases, taking you to where the people were last seen, meeting these families and bringing you their stories. And we begin tonight with Daniel Robinson, a 24-year-old geologist living and working in Buckeye, Arizona. It is one of the westernmost suburbs of Phoenix. It's a low-lying desert valley, a resort spot that has quickly grown into a full-scale city. And it is where Daniel set off on a start for a job that he loved. He left work in Buckeye June 23rd. He has not been seen or heard from since. Puzzling clues, a crash scene that raises a lot of questions is what we know tonight. News Nation correspondent Nancy Liu is live in Buckeye for us, where she spent some time with Daniel's father. Nancy.
Marnie, it has been over 3 months since Daniel Robinson went missing. This is the area in Buckeye where his vehicle was found. This is remote. The terrain is extremely treacherous, and his family now wonders whether Daniel was really in that vehicle when it crashed here.
I have faith, and I really believe I'll have my son back alive.
David Robinson is on the biggest mission of his life. After serving 2 tours in the deserts of Afghanistan, the Army vet has no plans to leave the deserts of Arizona until he finds his 24-year-old son, Daniel.
Treat it like a mission. I keep saying it. I'm a professional soldier. I do my job and find my son. He's my son, I'm his father, and it's my job.
The job has been filled with frustration. Daniel is a geologist who works for a company analyzing sediments in the area for a well. He was last seen leaving the worksite in Buckeye on the morning of June 23rd. A month later, a rancher found Robinson's Jeep crashed in a ravine. His keys, wallet, and phone were in the SUV, but there was no sign of him.
And I think the first thing he would have done if he was in that vehicle is at least carry his phone with him. I couldn't imagine someone 24 years old won't be attached to his phone.
I'm leaning more towards, I don't think Daniel was in that vehicle.
The private investigator working with the Robinson family suspects foul play is involved. He says there are too many unanswered questions raised by data recovered from the vehicle.
The vehicle had 11 additional miles on it from the time the airbags deployed. It had 46 additional ignition cycles on it after the airbags deployed.
Jeff McGrath also notes red paint transfer on the right side of the Jeep.
The vehicle was tipped over on the passenger side, so there's no red paint in this area. So how that got there That's why I'm saying that vehicle did not crash here. That vehicle was its last place of rest was here, but something was going on with that vehicle.
The Buckeye Police Department refused an interview request, but provided its report in which coworkers said Daniel made odd comments about needing rest before he left the job site that morning. His father describes Daniel as always friendly and well-adjusted since his birth without a right hand.
He don't wear prosthetics, you know he was born without a hand, and he don't wear prosthetics, and mom tried to get him to wear it. No, mom, I want to, be who I am. And that's just Daniel. He was living his dream. He became interested in geology when his first year in college, his freshman year. He took a class, and that just set it off,
Just like the Gabby Petito case, internet sleuths are also at work on this one.
Just seeing the way the car was, the Jeep was, and the evidence, to me, it actually does support foul play.
Brian Watts hosts a mystery and adventure show on YouTube. A recent episode featured Daniel's disappearance.
After I then got lots of comments from people in and around that area that said, yeah, there's crime, carjackings that happen all the time, and it's bad. It's something that they're aware of.
The search for Daniel forges on, and this man on a mission will remain in Arizona until there are answers.
I don't know what to think anymore. Just gonna keep watching and keep on searching.
And Robinson has been searching on his own practically every day for over 3 months and organizing volunteer searches on the weekend. In fact, a major volunteer search is planned for this weekend with an army of over 1,000 people.
Now to a story that we've been following, a father's search for answers after his son vanished more than 2 months ago.
Daniel Robinson disappeared on June 23rd in the Far West Valley. He was last seen leaving his work site in Buckeye that morning. A month later, his Jeep was found in a ravine, but there was no sign of Daniel.
Team 12's Josh Sanders spoke with the private investigator hired by Robinson's family, who has not given up hope of finding Daniel.
Jeff McGrath is an expert at reconstructing accidents, but says when he saw the state of Daniel's Jeep, something was off.
Immediately when I saw the vehicle, I noticed there was something that wasn't right with it.
On July 21st, nearly a month after his disappearance, Daniel Robinson's 2017 blue Jeep Renegade was found rolled over in a ravine just miles from his work site, the airbags deployed, and no sign of the 24-year-old.
The damage didn't match with the terrain and where it was laying.
Where's my son?
Daniel's father, David, brought in private investigator Jeff McGrath to piece together what led up to the crash. Buckeye police handed over the Jeep and their report from the vehicle's airbag control module, or ACM, showing what happened after the airbags were deployed. McGrath's team ran their own analysis.
After the airbags came out, somebody turned that ignition over at least 46 more times. That's not normal. We usually see 1 or 2 because it adds 1 when we download the box. We have to put power to it.
The ACM also records the vehicle's speed.
There's an additional 11 miles on the car since the airbags deployed. So that tells me the car was driven around after it crashed.
Buckeye police are now analyzing data from the Jeep's entertainment system connected to Daniel's cell phone. McGrath says the system shows the Jeep was involved in a collision around 1 p.m. on June 23rd, nearly 4 hours after he was last seen.
We have a gap in time, and we don't know where he went, what was going on at that point. By looking at the photographs, it doesn't match the area. Sometimes those could be a staged event, and this looked like a staged event to me.
At this time, the department has no evidence to suspect foul play or a crime. McGrath doesn't believe Daniel's disappearance was criminal either, after discovering he may have been struggling with his mental health weeks prior to his disappearance. Whatever the reason, his goal remains to find Daniel Robinson.
We want to bring him home to his family so they can have some closure.
I'm not going to give up. I'm not leaving until I see him again.
Josh Sanders, 12 News.
Earlier this week, we had a conversation about the Gabby Petito case and the lack of coverage for missing people of color. It's called Missing White Woman Syndrome. And boy, did that start a conversation. But despite how upset some people got about our mentioning this aspect of media bias, with a hat tip to the late, great Gwen Ifill, people are now paying more attention to some of these other cases, like Jelani Day, who was reported missing in Illinois in late August. Sadly, his body was identified yesterday. It had been in a county morgue for weeks. His family criticized police for dragging their feet in trying to find him. And there's the case in Arizona of Daniel Robinson, who has been missing for 3 months. The 24-year-old geologist was last seen leaving a job site in the desert. Nearly a month later, his Jeep was spotted overturned in a ravine only a few miles away. According to police, his cell phone, wallet, and keys were found with the vehicle. They say no foul play is suspected. But Daniel Robinson's father says police have dropped the ball in the search for his son. As a result, he's hired a private investigator and is taking up the search himself. David Robinson joins me now. And Mr. Robinson, I am so sorry for what you're going through. I have children your son's age, and so this one hits me hard as a mom. So let's talk about this. I noticed your story after the whole conversation started about missing white woman syndrome. Lots of people started tweeting your story and your petition to me. And that is how I found out about it, not through mainstream media, not through local news. Tell me your son's story. Your son went out to Arizona, and then what happened?
Well, my son, he graduated from Charleston in Charleston, South Carolina. Straight out of college, he came out to Arizona in Tucson to take a final class. From there, he landed his job in Phoenix here with Matrix New World. He was very happy to be here in Arizona, mainly so because he's a geologist, and they gave him an opportunity to, work his profession and also the things that he loved, do the things that he loved.
So when your son went missing, how long did it take before the last time you heard from him and when you said, okay, he's just not calling? Young people sometimes won't check in. When did you make the connection that this is something other than him not just checking in?
Well, my daughter, she lived in Phoenix also. The people from his job came over there to her apartment, notified her that they was looking for. Of course, she's going to call me or her mother. She called me about it. We didn't think anything too bad other than, he was starting not answer his phone. That was first unusual. After I realized it was from the time they say he was last seen at his job and the time that he was answering the phone, it ended up becoming 6 hours. But Daniel, that's totally unusual. He would never, ever get to that point.
And what did local police do when you contacted them? What did they tell you?
Well, they'll help her for the first day. They took the report. First, they told me I had to wait 12 hours, which is I was 3 hours off. I called back after the 3 hours. They took my report and they also started asking questions around the job, to try to locate them that way. I think one of the officer crews went out and did a drive-through of the street area, not in the desert. I requested them to go out to look for my son. They told me, of course, he's a grown man. So, and it was at night also, so they couldn't go out. The next morning, I asked them the same question. Hey, can y'all please go out there and look for my son? The officer crew told me that they were going to go out there, but then he called me back an hour or so later and say it's been denied from the higher ups because he's a grown man and he has the right to leave if he wants to. From that point, I have an auntie in Philly who called, and I don't know what she said to them, but hey, she can't call me back and say, hey, they're going to send a Firebird out from Phoenix, Arizona. And that was the first search. But by that time, as soon as they told me the first time they were going out for my son, I was in my car already heading to Phoenix. By the time I got to Phoenix, that's when they was out on the 26th.
Yeah. And I mean, he has a right to leave if he wants to, but his car is overturned. They find his keys, they find his wallet. That's not somebody just heading off on a vacay or not deciding they want to go away. The circumstances surrounding your son's disappearance are so strange that it would seem to be sort of a natural story for media to pick up. Did you get the sense that local media, that people were taking an interest in his story due to all of these bizarre items that are associated with it?
Well, of course, I started my own search from 80 to almost 200 people. We've been doing it for 7 weeks. And in the meantime, I was definitely trying to reach out to the media. I was able to get some media coverage with the local news. I was desperately trying to get more coverage through, social media and things like that to try to get national attention because I wasn't getting anything from the Buckeye Police Department at the time. So I had to take matters in my own hand. It just took 3 months to do so.
And do you feel that the police have failed you in this matter?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And the biggest part is the urgency. I feel like if there was something taken seriously from day one, prime example is the Gabby story. Every situation should be handled the same way. I think first 24, 48 hours is crucial to finding someone.
Thank you for pointing that out, because I think also because he's a guy, not a young woman, and there's all sorts of factors into what people pay attention to. But you're absolutely right. Each of these stories should be treated with the same urgency. We wish you the best of luck. Please keep in touch with us, and we will also keep in touch with you and stay on top of Daniel's story. David Robinson, thank you, and wishing you all the very best.
In Arizona, the search for a missing 24-year-old geologist continues well into its fourth month. Daniel Robinson left work at the Arizona desert near the city of Buckeye on June 23rd, but has not been seen or heard from ever since. I'm joined now by David Robinson, Daniel's father. He's in Arizona where the search for Daniel continues. David, thank you so much for taking time to talk about your son. Of course, this is troubling for everybody. Tell us about Daniel, what he was like. Give us as much information as you can about him so we can get a sense of who he is.
Thank you for having me on. Daniel, he's a 24-year-old geologist. He graduated out of College of Charleston in Charleston, South Carolina. Upon graduating, he came out to Arizona to take his final class upon graduation in Flagstaff. He was able to land a job straight out of college in a job called Matrix as a field geologist. He was out on his job at a work site out there in the remote area of the desert with another gentleman from a different company where he went missing. I was told that he drove off from the work site, and my son have never been seen again. However, his vehicle was found on July the 19th by a rancher who was out there chasing his cattle. That was some 2 to 4 miles away from the work site. We recovered that vehicle. There's some questions about the vehicle, the state it was in, some of the evidence that was there, my son's clothing, for instance, anything that he was wearing. But my son still remained missing. And right now I came out here from Columbia, South Carolina to make sure that my son has been searched for. And to do that, I had to start my own searches, and I'll continue to do so.
What do the police say?
Well, initially, of course, I'm not really having too much activity from the Buckeye Police Department. So far, they only did 4 searches in 3 months. I have done 9 searches with volunteers. Much that I'll get out of the Buckeye Police Department is very little. Just waiting right now to see if I can get like the FBI involved because things are looking very suspicious and they're getting worse and worse by the day. I still, like I said, it's 3 months out, and we haven't have too much more coming from the Buckeye Police Department.
So you feel like they're not doing enough?
Not doing enough at all. Despite of the petition that I have, despite of the press conference, despite of the volunteers and the many people who follows the case, asking for a little more to be done. Very little has been done. So I'm going to keep pushing. As you know, I'm his father, so of course it's my job to make sure my son receive all the justice he needs.
What about the media? Are you getting any help from local media talking about your case?
Well, hindsight now, looking back, I understand some of the reasoning when people, especially people of color, we feel like, the sense of urgency is not there. We have to jump over hurdles and hoops just to get media attention. It took me 3 months to get to this point. That took many hours of no sleep, going on social media, just knocking on passing out flyers, to everything I can think of just to get my son's name put put out there just enough just to have my searches reach a little farther out.
And I understand you've even hired your own private investigator?
That's correct. His name is Mr. McGrath with 3 Laws Investigations. Since hiring my investigator on, we found a lot of things about that vehicle that would raise a lot of questions. For instance, the vehicle being wrecked multiple times. My son's vehicle was first crashed 4 hours after he went missing. It was driven, like I said, several miles after the initial crash. Just things like that. It's more, things like this. My son's sock was found a few distance away from where he was last seen. And the other sock was in the evidence bags that the Buckeye police recovered from the scene of the vehicle some weeks later. So, things like that is very suspicious. Trying to get the Buckeye Police Department to upgrade my son's missing case into at least a possible homicide or possible criminal. Something that would give them the reason to do warrants and things like that and really increase their search. But as it stands for now, they're not even moving at all.
Now, is it true that there are reports that Daniel showed some odd behavior in the days before he disappeared?
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors out there. And, as a family member and as his father, I dismiss those rumors. They're not totally accurate. Just like any other person, hey, I'm down about my son's missing. My son possibly would have had some things going on where it wasn't that he was depressed, where he would try to do something to himself, or he somehow disappeared from his family. He was having a bad day. Bad days don't mean that you're depressed or you want to kill yourself or something, or run out from your family. So I dismiss a lot of those rumors that's out there. And I think there's a lot of character assassination coming out of the Buckeye Police Department.
Yeah, it's unfortunate people get judged when something happens before people just automatically want to try and help them. But thank you so much for joining us, and we certainly hope that you find your son.
A young Arizona geologist vanishes in Buckeye, miles from his work site. Years later, Daniel Robinson's father has not given up hope. And tonight, he tells ABC 15's Luz Delia Caballero he believes there is new evidence in the case suggesting foul play.
As you can see, it's a vast desert, and we're driving on a road near where then 24-year-old Daniel Robinson was last seen here in Buckeye. And now, more than 2 years later, the question remains, what happened to Daniel Robinson?
Where's Daniel? Where's my son?
Questions David Robinson II asks himself every day.
I've been out there for 2 years, still searching for Daniel, still putting out information, doing everything I can to find him.
Daniel, a geologist and scientist, disappeared from a work site in the Buckeye Desert in June of 2021. Detectives found his Jeep crashed into a ravine nearly a month later, about 4 miles from where he was last seen with his clothes and his belongings at the crash site.
Anytime you come around Daniel, he's a person that will bring joy and happiness into your life. He loved nature. He liked to be in tune with nature, be in tune with nature. He liked to hike, in Arizona, for instance, is one of the favorite states for Daniel because, hey, he's a geologist.
And while Buckeye PD says there aren't any updates in this case, David says otherwise.
Because of my own independent investigation, I was able to go a little further with things that my investigator and I at the time found in Daniel's apartment.
He says then the Tempe Police Department did an investigation of their own on all electronics inside Daniel's apartment.
In that report, I had discovered that someone was in Daniel's apartment after he went missing.
Adding a key piece of evidence was on his son's computer.
They had just finished building that computer a few days before he went missing. And, we did find evidence of someone doing searches, going through the computer after June the 23rd. 2021 when my son went missing. We put all those things together and that suggests some form of foul play. We need to get to the bottom of it.
Though Buckeye Police tells ABC 15 digital forensics show no indication of foul play. And through it all, David remains hopeful of being reunited with his son and urges law enforcement to continue pursuing Daniel's case so it doesn't go cold.
How can a parent stop searching for their child?
Luz Delia Caballero, ABC 15, Arizona.
It has been nearly 3 years since a man disappeared, leaving a work site in Buckeye. Following leads and tips, police still have no idea
what happened to Daniel Robinson. The young man's father organized several community searches but produced nothing. Now, David Robinson, Daniel's father, is thinking about his missing son as he prepares to make a run for the U.S. Congress. For nearly 3 years, David Robinson has been scouring the desert in Buckeye, looking for any clue of the whereabouts of his son, Daniel.
I had to find my child. I had to find my son.
Today, Daniel's father announced his run for Congress in his home state of South Carolina to help families from around the country who are missing family members.
I had to act. I had to do something when I started seeing some of these challenges that that families face when they look for their loved ones.
Hitting wall after wall in the search for his son, David has seen firsthand the challenges law enforcement faces in missing persons cases.
And some of those challenges is brought on by the lack of resources that law enforcement has, some of the restrictions that are there, things that can be very much settled if somebody was to step in and do something about it.
Pulling from his experience in the desert.
Because I was able to pull volunteers from all across the country to come out and mobilize and help search for my son. Nobody had any restrictions of what race you are or what your religious beliefs or your political standing. Everybody joined together.
And using those experiences to bring changes in Washington.
I want to go try to bring people together when it comes to solving this missing person crisis that we have in the country. We talk about opioid crisis. We talk about some of the other crises, but this is a crisis. We have over 600 to 700,000 people go missing in this country every year, over 2,300 every day.
He vows to never give up looking for Daniel and use that experience as inspiration for change.
My desire to run for office to help families that's out there struggling with missing loved one cases, also to aid law enforcement and try to streamline the way cases are handled nationally.
David Robinson tells 12 News that his campaign will also focus on the issues facing his district in South Carolina. Robinson is planning a visit here to the Valley in April to make his case to law enforcement to run a criminal investigation into his son's
For 2 years, the disappearance of a Valley man has confounded investigators. What happened to 24-year-old Daniel Robinson? His truck found crashed in the desert, but no sign of the man.
Yeah, we've covered this story extensively. Today, Buckeye police releasing detailed information from a number of people who last spoke with the geologist. And Fox 10's Lindsay Regis is live with more. Lindsay.
Guys, we are learning what his last text messages were and who his last interactions were with. People who last spoke to him say he was acting odd.
It's been a hard road, investigating, searching, putting out information to trying to keep my son's case from going cold.
David Robinson II has spent the last 2 years searching for his son, Daniel Robinson. David talked to his son regularly.
We have plans. He had futures that weekend before he went missing with his sister to go hiking out there in Arizona. We have plans in July that I will come out to see his vehicle for the first time. So we had plans.
Daniel was 24 years old when he was last seen leaving his job site near Sun Valley Parkway and Cactus Road on June 23, 2021. His crashed Jeep was found a month later, a few miles from the job site. A coworker, the last person to see Daniel, says he was acting odd, staring at nothing in particular, and that Daniel had asked him if he wanted to go back to Phoenix, then waved goodbye and left. According to Phoenix records, David told investigators his son met a woman and that he was in love with her. His sister told police the same thing. Detectives spoke to that woman who says she was not in a relationship with Daniel. The woman says she met Daniel 11 days earlier when he delivered food to her and a friend. The women were drunk and invited him in. Daniel texted the woman over the next several days. The woman says Daniel started acting creepy and showed up unannounced. In text, the woman asked Daniel to stop coming over unannounced. Daniel texted the woman, "I love you," and asked if she was home. That's when she tells him showing up unannounced is extremely uncomfortable. His last text to her was, quote, "The world can get better, but I'll have to take all that I can, or we can, whatever to name it. I'll either see you again or never see you again." Leading search efforts for Daniel has been tiresome, but David says he will never stop until his son is found.
I'm always going to believe that my son is alive and well. I'm going to find him. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, and we have the 128-page report on our website. Daniel's father is also organizing a virtual candlelight vigil on June 23rd. We have a link to it on our website, fox10phoenix.com. Lindsay Regis, Fox 10 News.
A man is back in the U.S. this morning after being arrested in Mexico on child sex charges. 52-year-old Gilberto Baca Segua was found in Sinaloa, Mexico by U.S. Marshals and extradited to the U.S. this week. He's charged with kidnapping and sex abuse of a minor dating back to 2016. Peoria Police and the Maricopa County Attorney's Office are also a part of that investigation.
A man is shot at a North Phoenix gas station this morning.
Yeah, and witnesses tell us it was a security guard who pulled the trigger. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia joining us live with more on this. Nicole?
So far,